Ever wondered what makes TV so powerful in Jamaica? Time to find out. Welcome to Global TV Group 358, where television meets innovation. We're not just about shows, we're about shaping society. In Jamaica, TV keeps you informed, connects diverse voices, and supports democracy. Imagine a Jamaica where broadcasters unite, sharing data and collaborating globally. That's us, a unified voice in the TV industry. Did you know TV advertising is still king? It drives website traffic, boosts brand equity, and powers integrated campaigns. Even in an age of digital, TV stands strong, resilient in tough times. Our global TV deck is your treasure trove of insights and data. With charts, graphs, and success stories, it's your guide to impactful TV advertising. Curious to learn more? Visit our website and see how Global TV Group 358.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome everyone. How are you all doing? We are here this morning. We went to bed with anxiety, woke up with anxiety, and we are back out here this morning to bring you whatever update possible we can. Before we give you any recent update we have, there's a current live on TikTok at the moment in Clarendon where floods have started in some areas in Clarendon. So we'll go right over to that TikTok to see what is going on. And then we'll continue with the rest of update for the morning. But good morning and welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Have you heard from your family? How is your family doing? I've managed to, both my sister and I managed to keep having conversation with our brothers since morning. The rain and breeze keep going periodically in our neck of the woods. But as you may have seen, I've put out a premiere where I've got different clips of how we were tropical storm battered with winds and rain last night. So we'll go over to Clarendon and then we'll see what's going on there. And then we continue with the rest of our update. But morning, everybody. We soon get together with it. All right.
I don't know which part people are going to go shelter. You want a slap?
I miss you guys. I miss you all.
Toffee. End the live. Go charge up your phone. Now one car or something. And take a picture of them out of that environment. It is not safe.
Guys, I love you.
Me girl and green. Jesus Christ. Me say, who no know Toffee don't know say Toffee can yell to girl and laugh.
I love you all. Bye.
I'm going to call you as any life. You know, say I'm serious, bad.
Girl, I want to Uno, man. Me love all of Uno and me respect Uno. And me I tell Uno, say, I'm going to be safe. Okay, I can cross it, man.
I'll call the soldier man by you know. You look like me if go call such man. Wait.
Oh.
You.
I could see I put the bag in my go and take a pic.
Let's see.
Right. Let us now go over to, I think it's Brian, the weatherman, and get the recent update as to this tardy, lousy young girl. Morning, Karen. Morning. How you do? How things are going? The wind still a bob and wave with the rain going and coming. Let us check in with Brian, the weatherman. I think it's Brian, isn't it?
It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Hurricane Melissa has not gotten weaker. It's gotten a little bit stronger. It is moving right into Jamaica, as we have been talking about. It is moving right in. Conditions are going downhill. Now, if you can hear me in these parishes still at this point, and you're getting the word out, Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, Trelawney, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, these parishes, again, everything you can do to protect yourself at this point. Most likely, this is going to come right on shore, Westmoreland back towards St. Elizabeth and into Manchester. In these zones, this is one of the most powerful hurricanes we've had in the entire Atlantic basin that is about to make a landfall. This is one of the strongest storms we've had on record. It is not weakening. It is going to move in Savlamar back toward Black River, Treasure Beach, in these areas, even over toward Mandeville. Here's the eye of this, right? It is coming in and is all turned, as we've been talking about, and it is moving in a very life-threatening situation, as we well know. So in these zones, again, if you're sitting right in here, as I mentioned, especially Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and over toward Manchester Parish, in through here, Black River, Treasure Beach, back toward Savlamar, even just a little bit toward, say, over toward Milk River. In these locations, you could have roof failure, walls can the siding get ripped away. So with that, I know this is kind of a tough talk, but if you could just hang with me for a second. If you're in these locations, right in through here, and you're in your safest spot, the most interior spot of your home, oftentimes that is a bathroom, you want to have a mattress, a blanket, towels, some sort of stuff like that, because if the roofs come off, if the walls start to fall apart, you want to have something to protect yourself, your family, best you can. Have your shoes on as well in this sector as this all moves in. With that, you can see some of the gusts. Now, you want to protect your head as well. If the home you're in starts to fall apart, with this, maybe a bucket or a pot to protect yourself, oftentimes in the bathtub. That is the safest location you can be. Again, we're just trying to protect lives at this point. That's what we're doing. I do appreciate if you still do have the power, but again, know that this weather community is with you, right? Everyone is behind you. There are teams outside of Jamaica that are doing what they can to get help once this passes by. But Savlamar back toward Treasure Beach, over toward Mandeville, again, severe structure damage, winds of about 185 miles per hour. Those will be some of the gusts on this. This will lift up toward Montego Bay, Falmouth, St. Anne, so St. Anne's Bay, winds gusting to about 145 miles per hour in this. The track, again, unfortunately hasn't changed. I wish we had better news to pass along. Winds right now at 175 miles per hour. That is sustained. That's why I mentioned the gust as high as 185 miles per hour. That's about 280 kilometers an hour for the sustained winds. This is moving to the north-northwest now at about 7 kilometers an hour. That's about 5 miles per hour. So again, everything taking this into Jamaica, it took the turn. It did everything that we've been talking about, everything we've been preparing for. The pressure, again, continues to be extremely low. The pressure is down to 901. As the pressure drops, that means stronger winds. The winds are roughly, again, 175, maybe 180. As far as the hurricane winds, they extend out 45 kilometers or about 30 miles. The tropical storm force winds 315 kilometers or 195 miles, to show you how strong, how powerful, how wide all of this is. Now, as this works in, again, this is going to continue to move in. With that said, as the eye moves overhead, if you end up in the eye, where you have the destructive winds and then there's a period of calm, you've got about 10 to 30 minutes within the eye where it is calm. We obviously don't go outside where it is calm. So you have 10 to 30 minutes within the eye, if you have that calm period, to kind of reposition yourself, grab an additional mattress or something like that if you've had the structure damage. With that said, the winds are then going to reverse. So you have the destructive winds, you get caught in the eye, you have that 10 to 30 minute period to kind of adjust within your very safe spot. And then the winds are going to swing in out of the other direction. Be mindful of that as the winds will kind of change direction at that point. You want to stay low. We're going to stay safe. We'll stay together through this, right? That's what we do. And we'll get on the flip side of this with that. So again, we'll get into the storm surge. I want to show you down the road as well. Cuba, this southeastern Cuba, this will have high impacts and moving right toward the Bahamas, fine-tuning it for the Bahamas. Now, here's that eye that I'm talking about as this moves into, say, right around Black River. This is the very destructive winds in this. Again, don't use this terminology lightly. This is flat out a very scary situation at this point. That onshore flow in this, we're going to have, again, that life-threatening surge that we have been talking about. Been doing everything I can to get the word out about this with you. You have helped me so much get the word out, but here's the eye of this moving in. The very, very strong winds that are going to be right around this. The center of this sitting just south of Falmouth, kind of splitting Falmouth, Black River, Mandeville over toward St. Anne. So that is the eye. Again, that 10 to 30 minute calm period where you can adjust your not adjust your location where you are, just in your safe spot if you need to grab an extra mattress or something like that. Then on the back side, you get the back eye wall moving in. So again, heaviest weather all around the eye wall, whether it's north, east, south, or west. And then this will lift over toward St. Anne, lifting up by 2 p.m. today. Still, the very destructive winds, a possibility of that along the northern coast, right in through here. You could pick your spot. Winds kind of turning there. Here's the eye. Then after 2 p.m., after about 3 p.m., this lifts away. By 5 p.m., this will continue to work its way up toward Cuba as we work our way into tonight, and then moving across the Bahamas as we work our way parts of the Bahamas. I'll highlight that, not all of the Bahamas, parts of the Bahamas as we work our way into tomorrow. So here is the eye, this red shading right in here, Maypen, close to Spanish Town, Kingston. We've had very high gusts, around 90 miles per hour. They're only going to get worse. Again, this is a worst case scenario for Jamaica. We know that. We've been highlighting it. It will be the worst storm Jamaica has ever had. It will be the strongest hurricane Jamaica has ever had. This will work its way in right in through here. This red shading you're seeing here, this is that core that will have the destructive winds. You've known about this. You've been spreading the word with me. Take some solace in the fact that you have, you've done, I don't know if that's the right terminology, bear with me. You've done what you can to prepare for this storm, right? And now is the worst, and it is moving in with the loud sounds and all of that sort of thing. But you've been with me every step of the way with this, and you can see right through here. Again, as we work our way in this red shading here, this is the core of this, right on the edge of Kingston. We're going to have those winds that will be sustained. We'll get into that right around 100 miles per hour. It may be more with those higher gusts, could be as 125 as we get into Kingston. Here's the center of it, little quiet 10 to 30 minute period. That is it. And then the backside comes in, and that's why you stay very sheltered in place if you're in the eye, because then the other part of it has to come through. And then by the time we get into 2 p.m. Montego Bay, it doesn't kind of release yet. The eye is sitting over towards St. Anne, so Falmouth and Montego Bay, winds coming out of the north. We get that surge around. Still the very, very strong hurricane force winds. Port Maria swinging here, watching Port Antonio for some strong winds all across our eastern zones as well. And then by 5 p.m., that's when this starts to lift away and starts to work away. So as far as the winds go, 175, where again this is coming on shore, it's about 175, 180. And that means those gusts, 185, could be a little bit higher for those wind gusts, making it one of the most powerful landfalls we've had in the Atlantic basin. Worst case scenario, winds Montego Bay about 130 miles per hour. We work our way back toward Kingston about 110, and even along the north coast, 100 to 110. That's why I've been highlighting that all locations in Jamaica would have very serious impacts. But again, the high concern, extreme concern, where that eye wall is, because that is going to be very destructive in a system like that. That's why I mentioned the tips now, what you can do next to protect life if your structure is failing. So again, hopefully this could sneak out a little bit. And we'll put out additional updates as we go throughout the day. But again, we're losing power across Jamaica, so it's kind of last chance to get some of these updates out. These are the gust, again, what I was showing you with the severe. This core here, this is...
All on the Jamaica people, Karen on the party people, when you have that 10 to half an hour break in this storm where you go silent, when nothing had done it done, do not venture out. The danger is still out there, and the monster is still gonna raise him head again.
Where the core of it's moving over. Again, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, that's where it's going to make landfall with that eye wall. So again, then lifting back toward Hanover, you get over toward St. James, Trelawney, and then St. Anne, once this kind of lifts in with those gusts around 145 to 150. Higher terrain, you swing over toward the mountains. Some of the gust will be even higher, and we haven't even talked about the rain that is on top of this. But again, there will be some isolation. There is going to be some isolation of communities because of just the winds, the destruction we're going to have out of this. We know that. We've been highlighting about it. It is terrible stuff to say, but you see it with yourself. Again, this is heading right into Jamaica. Conditions are rapidly going down. A track storm start to finish on this channel. Now, as we work away, excuse this number, this should be about a 120 in here, maybe pushing about 110 to 120. I don't know why I have 193. I must have done a typo here, but you can see again, we're looking at major hurricane winds as we work our way back towards southeast Jamaica. Thank you for bearing with me through this. So about 100 to about 120 mile per hour winds, 177 kilometers right in through here. 110 as you get over toward Crooked Island. It looks like this will be Crooked Island. I was mentioning several videos ago, we're taking the preps in Long Island too. We're going to have some strong winds. Not as much the Turks and Caicos. Turks and Caicos, most of this is going to stay back toward the north and off toward the west. I'll show you that. I'll expand out the view. We'll cover Bermuda, the Atlantic region of Canada in just a second. Here are those rain totals as expected. Some spots will be up to about 750 millimeters of rain or 30 inches of rain. That's what we're going to have out of this. We're going to have the mudslides.
I want a scientist, a meteorologist, or any one of the GIS or the ALOs to do the research and prove me wrong that whenever time there is a storm on that side of the Atlantic, we in England, yes, so end up with the very tail of the, you see, Melissa, go on with you, a be a storm over your rain and wind. And normally, anytime we pass the Caribbean and head to the North America region like Florida upwards, so we feel it stronger. Always, every storm, I've noticed that happened.
Extreme flooding, that has been highlighted for days and days right across Jamaica, and then lifting up toward Cuba. Still some high totals, but with that said, as this lifts just to the north of Jamaica today, it will start to accelerate and work its way back toward close to Long Island and Crooked Island. I want to show you that in just a moment, covering everyone again, start to finish with this. Now, the surge, I have upped these numbers, 9 to about 15 feet. We talked about this yesterday, 9 to 13 feet. It could be higher, 2.5 to 4.5 meters, 2.5 to about 4.5 meters. It may be higher. It could be over 4.5 meters. That is the abnormal rise in the water. That's why I've been showing this map for several days. These brighter colors were simply the ocean would kind of inundate and just kind of move in. And this is exactly where it's going. Watching where we'll have that landfall here. We get that big push of water. That includes Kingston, where we're going to still have that surge all along the southern coast. The abnormal rise as this powerful hurricane works in. Then it gets close to Bermuda. Bermuda, if it does move in, I'll show you that in a second. It won't be obviously as strong. There'll be some weakening. You'll kind of hunker down for a period of time, brace yourselves for a period of time, and then it will move by rather quickly. We work our way back toward the Avalon Peninsula here, back toward Newfoundland. It should be in different form there. I'll show you that. It's going to really combine with a different system. But again, moving right across Jamaica, swinging over towards southeast Cuba. Thank you for getting the word out across southeast Cuba. It's not coming to central or western sections of Cuba. It's not coming to the northern Bahamas, Freeport, or Newport. Providence. It is not coming there. It is going to be more south, watching near Long Island, and again over toward Crooked Island. And it should, for the most part, heaviest weather avoid the Turks and Caicos, kind of getting clipped with some of the rain bands. So a very dangerous Category 5, a worst case scenario as it moves into Jamaica. It is so powerful that, yeah, we get some weakening, but not enough as we get into southeast Cuba. This will roll into Guantanamo Bay as a dangerous, powerful, major hurricane, most likely Category 3 at that point. So let me show you that as we swing down the road. So we're looking at Long Island and Crooked Island. It looks like this will head more toward Crooked Island here, but we could be very close to the center in Long Island as well. I've covered Jamaica and what we're seeing, what we're dealing with right now. And then this area will lift its way up toward the southeast sections of Cuba. You can see the white shading. These are really the tropical storm winds. We've been highlighting the flooding in Haiti for days and days. Then this will work its way. This is by 2 p.m. That's when it starts to pull away from Jamaica. Lifts its way up tonight right into southeast sections of Cuba. So again, the hurricane winds that we're going to have here, you see all this red in here, it will weaken a little bit, but then it moves back over the water, and we know the water is still very warm in spots, so it stays together as a hurricane, and you could see it here. So watching the Turks and Caicos, but mainly southern, southeastern Bahamas, watching this as this starts to work in. This is by tomorrow morning, and then the first half tomorrow through early tomorrow afternoon, watching southern sections of Long Island, especially back through Crooked Island, where we could have some of the winds right around 90 miles per hour to about 100 miles per hour as that moves by. This is midday. Then after that, deeper into the day tomorrow, it will depart the southeastern and southern Bahamas and start to work away. So clipping the central Bahamas, but again, more so right in this pocket here. I really try to fine tune where these things will go, and then lifting its way back into the Atlantic. So we're watching this. Here's the broad picture, what's happening in Jamaica, of course, with that direct hit of one of the most powerful hurricanes we've ever had in the Atlantic Basin, and the worst hurricane Jamaica has ever had. I've been talking to folks on the ground nonstop. We'll put out some links of safe spots we could donate to, because you know how it goes in systems like this. We want our funds to get into the hands, into the right places. I'll put out those links. Just give me some time. I've just been trying to deal with this, and I've been trying to get the correct information on everything. And then this will lift up toward the north by later today. And then you can see already the rain moving into parts of southeast Cuba. Here's the center of it by tonight, sitting right over extreme southeastern sections of Cuba. Again, winds as high as about 120, which means we're going to have some higher gusts that surge right through Guantanamo Bay. And then you could see here's Long Island. You get over toward Crooked Island here. Again, the heaviest weather, Crooked Island. We're having a hurricane that is going to be moving in by late tonight, but more so first half of tomorrow. And then that will continue through about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, clipping with some aggressive winds back toward Long Island. That's why we made the preps. And again, not as much for the Turks and Caicos. And then you see some of those feeder bands of some of the rain that is working in. Now, this is that same time frame, 3 o'clock tomorrow. There is Melissa, and you can see it got tied into that front. That's why it made that turn that I've been highlighting, kind of did that hook because of that front. Here's Bermuda. If it moves into Bermuda, it's going to be very close either way. We're looking at late Thursday, Thursday night for those impacts. Still, some hurricane impacts would be a potential, some strong gusts. It will be moving quickly, though. So Bermuda, you know how this goes more than anyone. It'll be a brief period of time, and then it looks like it kind of gets caught up in the system here, but it does look to be an overall kind of loses its tropical characteristics, but there will be a big rainmaker as it looks toward Friday by the time we get into the Atlantic region of Canada as another system from the west moves in. So of course we are in action mode. We're still kind of keeping an eye on things very closely in the Turks and Caicos, but of course mainly right in this sector that I've been highlighting where this is going to go. It is the time that we've been doing it. We are protecting life at this point, not even necessarily property. We are protecting life, especially in Jamaica. That is the biggest thing we are doing at this point. So again, absolute safe spot you can be. The eye will move into Jamaica. It is not, there's no deviation at this point. It's not going anywhere. It is on track. It is moving right into Jamaica. Have those items that I was talking about at the beginning of this video to protect yourself. And if you're thinking, if you're in that eye wall, we're thinking of things like tornado damage. We've seen those scenes with Hurricane Andrew, Hurricane Maria. Think of the worst hurricanes that you've seen, and you've seen some of the damage, but that's why we've been getting the word out together so we could do what we can to try to stay safe. If you get caught in that eye, 10 to 30 minute window, and then the winds will reverse a different direction. You need to be mindful of that, because if you have some structure that has collapsed and you've kind of braced yourself one way, well, the winds are going to eventually come the other way as that eye passes by. So a 10 to 30 minute window to protect yourself. So again, all eyes on Jamaica. We'll do everything we can together as a community here on Mr. Weatherman to help get the word out about what we can do next to help. That's what we're here for in this weather community. Everyone in the Caribbean is with you, and elsewhere. Teams in the United States have been mobilizing to try to help as well. So again, everyone trying to do their part. Cayman Islands, as I've been mentioning for days and days, this is not coming to the Cayman Islands. This is going to stay away. Covering the forecast as we swing through the Caribbean, 30% chance of some showers, spotty as we work our way in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados. That's where some of this moved through originally, right? It was a tropical wave off the coast of Africa. Barbados, it's some heavier. Folks have been going back and we've been left the comments, I guess maybe 8, 9, 10 days ago that we've been watching this. St. Lucia, rain chance stays minimal here in the Eastern Caribbean. Grenada, again, all of us are thinking about what's going on back toward the west, back toward Jamaica. We get back towards St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Rain chance stays minimal. Now, we've had some earthquake activity the last few days, especially off the coast of Martinique, Dominica, and Guadeloupe. I'm monitoring that seismic activity. There's been several earthquakes that have been off into the Atlantic, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think sometimes you get a little uptick in that. Rain chance stays minimal. We're swinging back toward Antigua, Barbuda, 20% chance of rain, 20 to 30% chance. St. Kitts and Nevis and Montserrat. We get toward Anguilla, St. Bart's, rain chance stays on the low side, just a 20% chance. St. Martin, Saba, and Statia. All thoughts, of course, are with what's going on in Jamaica. Puerto Rico, rain chance about 40% today. It's going down, limited as we get back toward the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Of course, the Bahamas, again, a huge chain of islands. I've been highlighting exactly where it's going to go. Not all islands are going to get the impacts out of this. We're looking at Crooked Island and Long Island in particular. Turks and Caicos, so we could get the outer bands for tomorrow. The Dominican Republic and Haiti, finally, the rain chance is trending down, so that is good news to pass along. Always trying to find some good news. Belize, 20 to 30% chance. We work our way back through Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire. Rain chance not high. All days limited. Excuse me. That was Guyana and Suriname. We're looking at just a 20 to 30% chance of rain. I know, jumping ahead a little bit quickly here. Of course, all eyes on southeastern Cuba with this. 60 to 70% chance of rain. Costa Rica, Panama. 50% chance as we get back through Nicaragua. 40% chance of rain. 40 to 50% chance. Guatemala. Rain chance holding on at about 20% chance. In Mexico, 30 or 50% chance back through northern Colombia. We get back toward northern sections of Venezuela, a 50% chance of rain in Bermuda. Again, we've got one front nearby, and then we're keeping an eye on what we can expect with Melissa down the road. So right now, it is about protecting life in Jamaica. You could go back and some of the tips, some of the stuff I was saying, what you could do within your safe spot if your structure fails, what you can do to protect life. I want to thank you for getting the word out about this. This is the most critical thing, especially across. I really appreciate you doing that. You did your part, right? So thank you for doing that. All eyes on Jamaica, watching Southeast Cuba, and then the Bahamas. This entire weather community is behind you.
Well, that's the recent update. Beg your pardon. Bear with me. Bear with me. That's the recent update of Melissa's direction and the time she's expected to touch down. The halfway T camera is still up, but not a lot. You can see that it's windy because you can see the camera is shaking. There's a person still walking about out there. The Little London camera is down. They have a signal there to say power line is down, the camera is offline because the power line is down, but halfway tree is still up and running. You can see where the wind is still doing its thing out there. But Melissa comes in two parts. This is a transport center. Melissa comes in two parts. Last night, Melissa came with its tropical storm powers last night, chucking a lot of water on Jamaica as well as wind gusts. So it comes in two parts. And then later on this morning, when Jamaica wakes up, Jamaica is expected to face brunt force winds. Let's go over to Flatbridge. Brunt force winds for a few hours. It won't be just a blip. They will be in it if the forecast is correct. They will be in it from about 8, 9 to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with only a 10-minute to half an hour break between the deluge to unfold this morning. We are praying for all of our people and that our people will make it through safe. We know that our island won't be intact after this is over because we saw the effects of Beryl last year and how it rattled the country's infrastructure. This is expected to be much more. And even though the storm has not arrived, we have to be concerned about the recovery, because the recovery process is where the long haul suffering can set in and possibly will set in for people who don't have the money, don't have the employment. Life is smashed and banged all around them with what we expect to be minimal, very minimal support from government if we are to go based on the experience of burial. So these are some of the major concern we have. What will the aftermath looks like? Will government be really serious this time on assisting the people of Jamaica in the aftermath of this election? Will they do all necessary to get us back connected and in touch and have us moving around the country again? These are concerns. We are here to support them and tell them to do well. But of course, if they don't, we are going to and we will call them out. Yeah, Raymond, that's true. That's why a lot of people not sleeping in Jamaica last night, because a lot of people set up because they don't want, hey, my girl there. Come creep up on them in a night, and you know, say, when people are coming at night, they normally come drunk. So, you never really want her to creep up on the nation in our drunken state. But the camera, Westmoreland camera gone down, given the direction we heard. Now that Westmoreland is in a big part of the firing line as well. So, It's tough time for our country, but the most we can do is one, pray and hope for them. And on their side of things, they need to be overly cautious.
So
They
them
need
take
to
photo
be.
light and send back for we. Good morning.
This is some of the flooding in Clarendon already.
Clarendon and the town. No man. Guys, I can't believe you tap up the screen and send me a gift. Yeah, see there my house this. The water the behind. See there? Take time I come up on the block. But up here so me there the eye, so I'm not gonna come up on it. Okay, no problem.
That's one of the things we are very worried about, flooding across the country. Hold on, it knocks out the audio for the camera stuff. Let me just rejoin this thing back, please. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let me just rejoin this thing back. Where are you? There you are. Cars are still 1 and 2 moving about. You see 1 and 2 people moving about in halfway tree, but you can see that it is very windy based on how the camera is shaking. You can notice it very windy about and about there. But we're only hoping that people take the necessary precaution so nobody ended up in endangering themselves willfully or recklessly or accidentally. We know that in this scenario, accident or incident do happen given things will be flying all around you. Some people will lose their roof. Some people will lose their dwelling. This type of weather is a weather that can pick up cars. This type of weather is a weather that can pick up car and throw it about. That can pick up container. In Beryl, there was a container in a yard in southwest St. Elizabeth. And Beryl lift up the container out of the yard, go put it down in the middle of the road. And this is going to be worse than Beryl. This is going to be worse than Beryl. So what is coming is going to be picking up a lot of things and hurling at you. And like when Beryl were there, where it pick up zinc and board and all of them something they hurl at you, it cannot pick up car this time and throw at you. So you all have to be careful. You all have to be careful. This is a system that is, especially the eye moving over us. The eye is going to pick up a lot of things and throw it all over the place. As far as the wing can chuck it, the eye, wherever the eye passes, is going to rip up a lot of things. And especially those of you who are in part of the eye, many people are still within their dwelling. You have to be extra careful. You have to have all your alertness up, and you have to have your destitute measures plan, such as what the weatherman are saying. Your bathroom may be the safest place if your roof get taken. A lot of Jamaicans have deck houses. Um, the decking area of your house is a more safer space. If your relatives or neighbor next door roof get blown off, in that 10 minutes to 30 minutes gap, or that 10-minute gap, where it might look like, all right, Melissa gone now. No, that's the time one of you pick up the picnic them and run fast to the neighbor house. One can get a squeeze till it's all over, because the fury is going to return, and return in a turbulent state. And we don't want nobody to put themselves at risk or in danger. We want to go through this madness without any loss of life. Property will and can be restored, but you cannot restore lost lives. And you don't want to end up with serious injury in a country where we do not have the health care. Because given the strength of the storm and how long it's dangling, it's one of the things that I'm worried about. If we should have quite a nasty scenario, we don't have the health care to save people's lives. And this is very worrying. This is not politics. This is just the situation, because Jamaicans in the midst of it all at the moment. And Jamaicans on both political sides are facing the consequences at the moment. The state of our hospital, given the government is telling us of their readiness, it is a major concern. And this is one of the reasons why I'm praying for us to get through this without any loss of life or major injury. Because if we have major catastrophe like what we see in a certain country, by the time the international communities to come here can set up makeshift tents, and the Chinese medical ship, whether Venezuela, get to us, a lot of people could suffer. You have to think about the reality. The reality is upon us. These are not far-fetched arguments. These are not far-fetched arguments. This is the stark reality that is staring us, the people of Jamaica, in the face at the moment, where our country could be torn up, people could be hurt, but we do not have the health care. If the Minister of Social Security is telling us that the government lack the logistic capability to evacuate elders from danger zone who requires evacuation, then you can use that to judge what a catastrophe would look like should this be Jamaica time. Because Jamaica is not immune, We see natural disasters in many countries around the world where there's terrible loss of life, which is hard to look at. Jamaica is not immune from that. We, the people of Jamaica, are not immune from that. And we have to look at the possibilities. And we have to think our way through Only if we nurse, if we have catastrophe, only if we nurse and we doctor them, may have to think about leaving foreign for a while and run, go down, go help the situation. We've seen earthquake, hurricane, and all start devastate certain place in this world with mass loss of life. We, the people of Jamaica, we've always been spared, but we are not immune. And this is why we need to get our politicians to invest in their services we need. Look at the drain cleaning that, because Melissa, young girl, you embarrass them, you know. Me know you embarrass them. Because the drains are also a telltale. Hello, good morning. Hello. Sorry, my peeps. Somebody's trying to call me from Jamaica, but the connection is not coming through. Because, you know, the signal for them out there is very bad. But somebody's ringing me on WhatsApp. Hold on, beg your pardon, my peeps. Bear with me 1 second, please, Globalist. Hello? Hello, morning. Yes, I'm live at the moment. Okay, I'll call you back after. Okay. Sorry about that, my peeps. The drains. This is why I say we have to lobby with politicians them for services, because the drains showed us that we're getting nothing. Because every year in our budget, we disburse money to have our drain cleaned, to have our cemetery cleaned, to have our gullies cleaned, to have our rubbish collected. Melissa open up central and local government. Melissa open up PNP and labor rights, because none of these councillors and MP for both political parties around the country were cleaning our drains. This is why the country easy for floods. So many places around the country, they're even trying to find where the drains were. Look at the road, the state of the roads. And my girl didn't reach yet. Oh, when my girl reach and rake and crepe and carry on with herself and go on, can you imagine what a infrastructure in disrepair is going to look like after Melissa? This is why we must make sure, my people, we get the service. Pose a lot that us, the people of Jamaica, ought to pay attention to, not for politicians. Politicians are no shame. Because they know, say, no soon forget it. So they are no shame. Them a go February. Even these councillors, when you clean your drain, your gully, and collect your rubbish, these same councillors coming to you next year, February, and they now go member So you realize how much money them a collect for clean drain, for clean gully, for clean cemetery. You can see the changes in the weather. Out of which part? Yeah, so out of Crossroad. You see how they build up different out of Crossroad? You see what half what chair go on with. The wind build up out of half what chair as well, but it not become misty like Crossroad. Black Bridge is still roaring. Black Bridge is still roaring. Halfway tree. That's Halfway Tree Transport Center. You can see the wind is picking up there. The camera is shaking about the place more and more. This is Crossroad. You can see in Crossroad the rain. Opal's Kitchen Wagon. The rain in Crossroad has started as well, along with the winds. So it's coming to the time in Jamaica now when Beryl is approaching mainland Jamaica. So we continue to pray for our people. Karen, are you still connected? We continue to pray for our people that they make it to win pick up back in Kingston. Yeah, you can see that the weather in Kingston is changing. I hope these people hurry up and get off of the road, you know. I hope these people hurry up and get off of the road. Little London is still out because power gone on the western side of town. So what's it call her? Is still out. Hold on, let me see. Okay. This is where Crossroad, yes. Yeah, you can see the weather is changing, going and coming, but this is how the behavior of an upcoming storm is. It comes with periodic outbursts. Hold on, there's a problem that carrier having at the wind. Hold on. I hope these people hurry up and get off of the road, because if they're following the instruction, they ought to have known by now that once daylight time approaches in Jamaica, everybody must be in a secure space to meet what's to come. There's really no time to be far away from your dwelling or wherever you're taking shelter at the moment. There's no time at the moment to be far away from that. So the moving about at this point, you see the overcast are build up again. The moving about at this point, people shouldn't be putting themselves at such a plain open risk. This thing can have its tantrum at any time. It's unpredictable. Even though I walk slow, he can get up and decide to act like a young girl at any time. I take off the heels and walk fast, because maybe the heels what she not used to. so she can take off the heels at any time and walk fast. Let me undo this thing again. This thing keep me and this thing keep having a fight this morning. Let's go back to Flatbridge. Flatbridge. Yes, let's go back to Flatbridge. So, my girl, you can anytime decide to change your mind and turn into anything possible. Young people of today are very unpredictable, and so is Melissa. Whatever she in her house I put on. Oh, Rusty is online. Let's see what's going on over Rusty here, if he's giving any updates or he just have the radar out there. Let's see if any commentary. Bear with us. Let us see if there's any commentary going on here. Yes, there is commentary.
And then that storm at 7 miles an hour moving in a north-northeast fashion the remainder of the day. So it moves deeper into St. Elizabeth and Manchester. And we get hurricane force winds through most, if not all, of Hanover parishes, all of St. James, all of Trelawney, all of St. Anne, potentially some of St. Mary as well, pulling offshore at the very earliest late afternoon, if not even into the early evening hours, based on a 7 mile per hour forward speed.
Going on
in this trajectory, the storm is likely to stay over Jamaica for about 7 hours, as far as the actual eye. So again, some of the impacts that we're expecting. They have a 9 o'clock update. All right. Thank you, Fiona. Again, at any point in time, they'll issue these updates. Yep, they went to 180, guys, and a pressure of 896.
No, sir. Donald Trump really give instructions to create a
I mean, I can only pass along the information. Anyone who thinks that this is a storm that is not going to cause extensive widespread total damage, I don't know what else to say, right? You know, sometimes you have to maybe live through something to understand it, but I hope you guys do. I really do. It's why I do this, guys. Trying to get you guys the information ahead of time so you can make the best decisions that you possibly can for you, yourself, your family, property, everything. And it's extremely disheartening to see that this storm is even getting stronger. 180, guys. 180 mile an hour winds. All right. Let's update it.
Just take you back to Crossroad quickly. It's building up in Crossroad again. We'll go back over to Rusty.
Because I took away. So it's 180. The pressure is 896. And Fiona, it's moving at 7. Is it still north-northeast?
Make sure no belly full for beer out this today. Because no hungry at when rain
so 180, pressure 896. And again, I just want to make sure the
anyone from Western St. Mary? There's somebody here from
that it's
above
north-northeast.
Where is above rock?
Before I put it on the screen.
Who said them above rock? Did you? Hold on. Annie Jones, the above rock.
Yeah, okay. North-northeast is 7.
Not St. Mary. Above rock kind of St. Mary in it.
I think the question is that how high can this storm get, right? You know, it's likely near whatever peak it is, but as I've mentioned so many times, the appreciable difference to destruction, practically,
Okay, St. Catherine.
there's not much more, right? This storm is already so powerful, so powerful. And again, these hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are going in and out of this storm. So we'll continue to get updates from them as well.
Thank you, John.
Again, live look at some of the cameras from See Jamaica. You can always check them out, See Jamaica on YouTube. That water level just continues to rise in Kingston Harbor. You can see the winds picking up there with some of that action in Flatbridge as well. And it's a little bit harder in these urban shots because, you know, trees are always going to tell the biggest story. And as that harbor shot zooms out a bit, you can see that wind beginning to whip around some of those areas. And in some of the palm trees there in the distance in the top left-hand side of your screen, a halfway tree, you can see that the winds are freshening right now. Again, some windy conditions to gusty conditions, but we're just getting started still in these areas. You know, Delta Flower Fly asks, do you think a concrete structure can withstand this hurricane? Possibly, right? Even a hardened concrete structure, you know, where the roof, right, is tied down in a way structurally to the frame of the building, is sometimes tough to survive when we're talking about what would be equating to an EF5 tornado. So under the direct path of the storm, unfortunately, that is somewhat of an unlikely scenario. There is a very high probability that wherever the storm goes to begin with, especially near landfall, we're going to have total devastation. You know, even hardened buildings and structures that could be leveled down to the foundation. And it's tough to say that,
Jesus
but that is
Christ.
the likelihood with a 180 mile per hour hurricane.
This is frightening.
All right? And even in outlying areas near the core winds, if we're talking about winds of 150 in some areas.
On Paramount Plus, we make epic blockbuster series you can't see.
We're getting from the storm are going to be very sobering in these areas that are hardest hit. No, not concrete slab roofs. I'm talking about buildings that are made of concrete. You know, at least having some structural failure, right? The first thing that happens is a lot of the times you lose roofs, right? Because the air is rushing in underneath the overhang of the roofs and it creates kind of a lift. And so you start to see roofs get peeled away, right? Then when you're talking about 180 mile winds, you're likely going to lose windows and then potentially some structural failures, even with concrete buildings. Now, I'm not talking about some of the larger hotels and things like that, right? But to lose some structures with these winds is not out of the question, all right? Especially anything that's wood framed or metal framed, right? Those are likely to be wiped out with this kind of storm, okay? And again, I understand that some of you are not in the most hardened shelter, and I understand, I get that. And hopefully you have found your safest location, okay? Hopefully you found the spot that you think you are most prepared for this storm, and that you've done everything that you can, because in some instances, that's all we can do, right? You know, hopefully those who felt that they weren't in a secure place has found shelter in some of the shelters that were opened up across Jamaica. You know, and we're in the place that we need to be right now.
I don't even know if some of we shelter them safe, Rusty. That's the problem. With what's to come, I don't even know if some of we shelter them. Some of we school them are go withstand it.
So let's take a look at the timing of this, guys. Questions about that? Again, we're getting close to landfall, probably in a couple of hours. You know, right now, we're only about 15 miles away from the southeast coast of St. Elizabeth. So we're somewhere within 2 hours of landfall, you know, if the eye brushes just south of Black River, okay? The storm itself going at 7 miles per hour. Again, based off the track. Let's bring a couple of things here. Is likely to be over the island for about 7 hours. Now, it's going 7 miles an hour right now. So if we go off of this centerline track, we've got about 46 miles across the island. So 7 times 6 is 42. So a little bit of an increase in forward speed. We're about 6 hours over the island before it merges away. So if landfall is at about 2 hours, so it's 8 o'clock local time, say landfall is around 10 or slightly after, the core of the storm is likely to continue to impact the island through about 4 p.m. But remember, we don't want to focus solely on the eye. Yes, that is where the most destructive winds are going to be, but this is a monster hurricane where we have destructive winds well away from the center, the storm surge, and the extremely heavy rainfall that will move into the island with this as well. And again, I hope our sensors are still online in Jamaica. I know we still have Montego Bay at least. Well, no, it just dropped off. So Montego Bay had a 6 o'clock update, and they haven't. I'm just going through some of my data here to see if I can pull it back up. So we had a 7 o'clock update from the Kingston area. We did not have an 8. You know, unfortunately, these things go down, loss of power, or just the winds themselves. The winds shouldn't have been strong enough to cause a problem so far, but we'll see if they pop back online. Sorry about that. Go back over to live cams. We'll be checking in frequently with these cameras. Again, most of them are located in the Kingston, area. Top center of your screen is going to be the harbor. Top right is Flatbridge. And again, these cameras hopefully holding on. You can see the breeze there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We have Halfway Tree on the left-hand side of your screen. Crossroads in the bottom center.
Look for transport center, my peeps. Look where we're going out the transport center there. Yeah, the camera on Flatbridge just a turn round and turn round. This out a crossroad at the moment. Why these people don't come off the road?
$105, 107, 69. So coming through the eye a bit here, 55, 40, right in the center, 55, 38, 43, 41. Probably will pick up here in these bottom left up to 75, 58, 82, and 47. So this is all.
Yeah, it's gonna stay on the island for about 6,
not
7
punching
hours.
the
It'll
inner
reach
core.
about 8 o'clock Jamaica time,
again,
and then I'll go left to about 2.
Just
so
their
on.
last transmission. They have plans, if you will. And so they're going to be in and out of this eye, sampling the pressure, sampling the winds right through landfall, which again is likely to occur here pretty quickly on the southwest side. Yeah, the water's just rushing over the bridge. Yeah. Hey, sir, Dead Left Better. How you doing, man? Good morning to you. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Sir Dead Life Better. Yeah, I think that bridge is likely to survive. If it does lose, then we know exactly, what's going on. Let's see if perish anyway.
They will not turn up in a crossroad, my people. Flat bridge cameras still all over the place. Mr. Alfred. Flat bridge cameras still a buffer. No, signal has gone for a lot of people by now. That's flat bridge now. Flat bridge camera is back up a bit. But you say flat bridge is covered over now, isn't it? Flat bridge a roar. What you say, no man, flat bridge emerge strong from this. Let me bring you back to Rusty and go eat some food. Hungry kill me.
Unfortunately, there's a story, and I think some of you mentioned that maybe 7 people have already lost their life in this storm. There's a story here: 3 died and 13 injured.
Globalist,
while
can you
preparing
hear
for Hurricane
Rusty?
Melissa, which
When
is
I put,
extremely
hold
tough to
on.
hear. You know, loss of life.
Can you hear Rusty talking now, Globalist? When the flat bridge is in, can you hear Rusty as well? Okay.
Cuba. Hurricane warning is in effect. This is likely to still be a major hurricane, a very significant hurricane for southeast Cuba, and is still likely to be a major hurricane even as it gets into the central and the southeast Bahamas. So down the road, we'll be watching for our friends from Cat Island down towards the Acklins and Maiguana and Inagua and Turks and Caicos as well. Again, if you're just tuning in, the news is very sobering with Hurricane Melissa. These numbers are sadly correct. Winds are 180 miles an hour. Not only is Melissa a Category 5, it is a very significant Category 5 hurricane. The storm structure is as impressive as it has been the entire time. The storm has only gotten stronger. Could this no difference in what we're going to see with the impacts, which is likely to be total destruction along the path of this storm, especially in coastal communities. When you factor in these kinds of winds and the storm surge and the rain that is likely to accompany the area. Again, it is very rare that the Hurricane Center, uses these kinds of wordings when we're talking about a storm. If we look at the key messaging, right? Tropical storm winds are occurring in Jamaica, and catastrophic hurricane force winds are expected to begin during the next few hours. Within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely. All right? Especially in higher elevation areas where wind speeds on the windward sides and hills and mountains could be 30% higher. It's unbelievable to think that if this storm makes landfall at 180, right, 30% higher, right, 30, let's say that's about 50 mile per hour winds more. Could you really have, in some of the higher elevations, 230 mile an hour winds? That's what the Hurricane Center says is plausible windward facing sides of higher terrain in western Jamaica. It is hard to even think and calculate that amount of wind over an area. It will weaken some as it passes over because of the friction of land and the interruption to the lower levels of the circulation, but not significantly. Certainly not enough to cause there to be a reduction in the potential impacts. Right now, the Hurricane Center still has it as a Category 5 as it emerges north of the island. All right? So the impacts of this storm is going to bring along that path is likely to bring complete devastation. Blue Goose, that is, I know, right? But you saw the wording from the Hurricane Center, up to 30% higher elevation windward sides. It's not a lot of Jamaica, but it's some. Again, checking in with the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft again. Looks like they're still bobbing around the eye. Oh my God. $194. Guys, I don't think I've ever seen that. About 15 minutes ago, at a flight level of over 2,300 meters, they had 112 mile an hour wind.
You get what more worry in Jamaica?
To a surface wind of 194 miles an hour. Hard to put into words what that's going to do. It's tough, guys. It's tough to know what this storm is going to bring to the island. You know, I feel for someone like Justin, who I don't know personally, but reached out to me, and we've been talking. He's got like a wellness retreat near Treasure Beach, and you know what is going to happen to his business and his life and his family after this. And that's just one example. I mean, that's just, you know, real world. We're talking to a guy the last couple of days, you know, whose livelihood and life is in the southwest side of Jamaica. And that is likely to be something completely different tomorrow morning. And that's going to be so many of the residents of the western and the central sides of the island. And to be clear, I'm still expecting significant impacts east, but obviously it's the wind with the most destructive impacts that'll be moving on shore very quickly into the western side. So again, at any point in time, the Hurricane Center can come up with another update. If you guys see that, let me know. All right, guys. I'm going to take a very quick break. Give you a little background music while I'm gone for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. And we'll continue our coverage here live.
Globally, make we watch we are going out of the camera till Russ to come back. But it not look safe globally. When you see a meteorologist getting so concerned on air, it don't look good. Flatbridge still a roar. The most we can get through it with minimal loss of life. But if it's total devastation in the part of the eye of the storm, Southwest Central better go mash up, you know. What we saw the other day, the images of Southwest Central that after burial was a plaything compared to that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, there's one AI site builder you need to meet. This is Dope Tech from Wix.
if you're in the part of the eye, it's going to take up everything in a part possible where you can move with your hand and foot and fling here, there. This is very concerning in Jamaica, I mean, not lie. Because the health care is my biggest concern at the moment. Southwest St. Elizabeth is going to be demolished. Southwest St. Elizabeth look like it's about to be demolished. I wonder if they're coming for the coastline. You remember that song? They're coming for the coastline. You remember the Prime Minister spoke about people, what do you call it? In a burial, and they talk about people that voluntarily relocate. Yes, the Prime Minister did have one grant in a burial when he mean dislocation grant, a relocation grant. Because I tell you, say, can you see Cheddar Beach, the whole of Cheddar Beach, from Black River to Cheddar Beach, the coastline there, it's a chip off southwest of that takes you 100 miles from Jamaica to the Pedro Bank, where one of them big Isle Seep is. They are coming for the coastline. Maybe me mad, don't mind being mad, but something rusty back.
Appreciate you sticking with me. Obviously, this is probably the most important live stream I've ever done. Again, I'm a television meteorologist in the United States for a long, long time, and I've seen a lot of really bad things happen. EF5 tornadoes when I worked in Oklahoma City. Even just last year in Florida, we had Helene and Milton, experienced those personally. Obviously tracking Beryl through the Windward Islands last year, what it did to Jamaica, what it did to the Yucatan. And what I see from this storm exceeds all of that. This is a historic storm, not only for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic Basin in general. The fact that there's a potential that we could see a storm that might have winds sustained near 200 miles an hour at landfall really boggles the mind. And what is going to end up happening to this community as well. All right, that was Justin, right? He's in Treasure Beach or near Treasure Beach. And he's just saying that the connection is really bad. I'm going to ask for an update. I don't think he wants to give me an update on what he's sowing. But, again, I'm talking to a guy who his livelihood is in the southwest side of Jamaica, and it's going to be completely different tomorrow, and sometimes, you can kind of get numb to that. And remember, if you guys don't know, I grew up on the west coast of Florida. My childhood home was flooded out by a storm, right? We had salt water come into the home. Now, this was the kind of tidal thing. The winds weren't associated with the storm that did that, but I was displaced for 6 months. I know what it's like, okay? To have to leave your home and have everything you own destroyed, lost all the furniture because it was saltwater intrusion. So I've felt that before personally. And so, some of those old feelings are coming back, knowing what is going to be happening to some of our friends here in Jamaica. Again, through no fault of their own. They just happen to be in an area that this massive storm wants to go. And I want to be very clear, you need to take this so seriously in the southeast side of Cuba, and you need to continue to keep a very close eye and take this seriously in the central and the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. And the flooding that is ongoing, especially in Western Hispaniola and Haiti, is life-threatening, loss of life, isolation of communities, and just total devastation. Right? He just sent me a photo. It's a little bit hard to see, but they're just in it right now. The winds don't look to be crazy yet, but that's just sheets of rain coming in. And he'll give me an update in just a second. You should hear the concern in my voice. I am overtly concerned about, here's the thing, guys. It sucks, but we can rebuild, right? We can get back these businesses. We can rebuild homes, but we can't bring people back. I'm very concerned about potential loss of life, right? Unfortunately, we've already seen some fatalities from just residents trying to get prepared for the storm. But these kinds of winds, even for some who are prepared for the storm, can be deadly. And it's hard to even just say those words, but that is the reality of what this storm is going to bring, the life-threatening conditions, especially near the core of this storm. We'll check back in with the cameras from Jamaica. Again, the water continues to quicken its pace. Flatbridge, the feet of storm surge already beginning to push up in Kingston Harbor. All you have to do, guys, is just look at the cameras and how they're beginning to bounce around a little bit more. And again, it's squalls right now in the Kingston area, so it's not consistent, but it will become more consistent. And each squall as the storm arrives will likely be stronger and stronger with heavier rain and gustier winds. And friends, I am asking you guys to please share this information, right? Not for the support of the channel. I appreciate all of that. But the biggest thing is that we need to get the information out to as many people as we can. So if you know anyone who could be impacted by this storm and you have an ability to communicate with them, obviously let them know. If you want to share this channel as well, just let them know about the information. All right, he sent a little video. Okay. Now, here's what he's saying. He is about 60 feet above sea level where he is. So that's fine as far as storm surge, right? He is not going to, we're not going to have 60 feet of water coming in. By the way, Montego Bay is back. No, it came back down. But we still have, we'll see if Montego Bay sensor comes back up. So he's about 60 feet above sea level, right? But, relatively speaking, he's somewhat close to land, or excuse me, close to shore. And so, again, we're really concerned about, what might be happening with where he is staying right now structurally. Waves are cresting about 4 meters in height right now, about 12 feet. So already we're getting some cresting of waves 4 meters in height. And again, he's on Treasure Beach. And this storm is approaching landfall. We're 14-ish miles away. We're less than 2 hours now, guys. Maybe about an hour and a half. It says winds are hitting the house from the east, and that's where the water is. No water penetration from the south or other directions. Yeah, obviously, again, in that area, it's going to be the south winds to begin with. And then the core winds, if it gets over the area, they'll go in all directions as the storm approaches, is in the middle, and then hits. The crazy thing about it, I don't know if anyone has ever been in the eye of a storm that has made landfall. I have with a tropical storm. It wasn't a significant hurricane, but it is wild that wherever this goes, you're going to get 180 plus mile an hour winds in some spots. Then you're going to get blue sky and calm conditions for 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then you get the back end of the eye wall, which will have winds near what you saw to begin with. It's this amazing thing with this eye and how calm and clear it is in the center. And wherever that passes over the island, it will be blue sky and light winds, if hardly a breath of wind for a short duration before the back end of the eye wall hits again. Appreciate it, DK. And again, I hope you guys don't mind me enjoying some coffee with you guys early on this Tuesday morning. I'm going to try an effort to get that video to you guys. You can probably hear the wind on my mic, right? Listen to that howl, guys. Yeah, that's just consistent. I mean, they're probably in 50 mile an hour winds there easily right now. Okay. So I'll look to get you that video. Again, just to broaden this view out, look at this storm. Again, I haven't mentioned the Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands are on the west side of the storm. It's the weaker side, but the winds and the moisture just don't as they do either. So there could be some, breezy conditions and some squalls from time to time from Grand Cayman to Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, but you're going to be okay there, right? Not the case closer in. So there is no such thing as a Category 6, but appreciably, if there were, this would be a Category 6. I will grant you that. There's no, we mentioned it in yesterday's stream. I, along with everyone else, said there shouldn't be a Category 6, but if a storm were to attain that, this is the one.
Category 5 high end.
And again, just keep an eye out for me, guys, if there's any updates from the Hurricane Center. They might put out a 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9 o'clock local time in Jamaica advisory again. And if you just are tuning in, I have access to live hurricane reconnaissance aircraft data on my system. And that reconnaissance data showed potential surface winds of 195 miles an hour. Let's check the latest on that. All right, they're now on the west side of the storm. So they're done with their pass over the eye for now. But again, not long ago, they had 196 mile an hour derived surface winds. Latest advisor is 896. All of the latest official information from the Hurricane Center is on the top of your screen, okay? Now, the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are going in and out of that storm. They are finding that storm to potentially be even stronger. It is not out of the question and potentially likely that if they put out another special update here at 10 o'clock local time in Eastern Daylight Time, 9 o'clock in Jamaica, in the next 15 minutes, that these numbers might go higher in winds and lower in pressure. Right? The destruction is likely to bring in is going to be historic when we have a storm making landfall as an extremely high-end Category 5. Let me try to do 14 things at once here. Let's go back into those cameras in Jamaica. And while we're doing that, I'm going to try and shoot this video over that he shot to our system. So let's look at these cameras. Again, just look at the wave action, guys, and think about that water pushing inland with the south winds. And again, the camera's just getting a little bit more bouncy out there as the winds become a little bit more steady.
The Little London camera in Westmoreland. Hold on.
You know, again, this will be a daylight storm across Jamaica. You know, at least, thankfully, the residents will be able to see what is happening outside and, you know, won't have to contend with a nighttime storm. But regardless, what this storm is likely to bring. If your sister's on the 4th floor of one of the hotels in Montego Bay, she is safe. The storm surge for Montego Bay is only expected to be about 2 to 4 feet. And we'll take a look at that in just a second as well. The storm turned north because the steering developed northeast of the storm and was beginning to tug the storm in that direction. Okay, thank you. I will effort to look at any emails that come the way. I mean, obviously, being on live, it's a little bit harder to do so, but I'm going to try and effort to pull in some of that stuff for you guys, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I got you, Michael. Okay. In the Kingston area, appreciate it. I certainly might do that. And if you guys do have any video, you know, if you want to, you can send it to mymediamundo@gmail.com, and I know our moderators will put that email address in the chat, and I can effort to turn around some of that video for you guys. We always try and do that. You know, of course, you know, we set up our live capabilities with some of the people that we knew on the island ahead of time, but keeping that service going is hard sometimes as well. So Michael, let me ask you a question. I'm going to just ask you in chat here. You know, I see that you said you have generator and you have Starlink. Do you still have the ability right now in Kingston to broadcast, like to stream video on your phone? If you are, I can put you into a special chat where we might be able to bring up your live stream live on the air. So Michael in Kingston, who sent me the email, let me know if you think you still have the ability to broadcast live. Where are you, my friend? Thank you. I appreciate it. Shay, either 7 or Shay V, I appreciate it. Again, your handles are showing up now. I wish it was your usernames. YouTube made that change. I hate it. You know, it's much harder to figure out exactly, you know, how your name is in real life And we all have weird handles for the most part, but I appreciate it. Let's get the hearts out for the $4.99 super thanks. I do appreciate all of the support, guys. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. So I'm efforting to get you Justin's video. We'll just delete that then. Okay. Thanks, guys, for showing the love. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to upload this, and then we're going to get into some of the storm specifics. We're going to go over everything again right now. All right, so for those asking questions about particular areas and particular potential impacts, I'm about ready to go over that in just 1 second. So bear with me here, because I want to try and get this video to you guys as soon as I possibly can. Guess I hadn't. All right, well, actually, I'm going to do this a couple of ways. I'm going to give myself the best chance to get it to you guys as quickly as possible. So what we're doing is basically transferring this video from one computer to another. And sometimes during live coverage, that goes very smoothly. And other times it takes a little while for it to happen. Yeah, I'm going to keep up to date with the hurricane as well. And again, we're going to get what we've heard is another 10 o'clock update. Eastern Daylight Time, 9 o'clock local time on Jamaica. So if you guys see, as I start going through the discussion of the storm, the 10 o'clock update, please just let me know in the chat and we'll go from there. All right. So here's our storm. We're now getting within an hour to an hour and a half landfall southwest side of the island, likely to be St. Elizabeth Parish. Again, we were out of time for this storm to do anything funky and to avoid a direct landfall to the island. This is going to be a significant, catastrophic, historic hurricane to move across the island with the impacts of a life-threatening level to be felt far and wide. If you do live on Jamaica, please take this storm extremely seriously. Even if the winds and the conditions haven't deteriorated to a point that is forcing you to not go outside or think that this storm is not going to be significant, it is going to be for a vast majority of the island, and especially for the western side of the island. The core winds are likely to bring total devastation wherever they move through the area. We're talking about complete infrastructure loss, buildings, obviously utilities, power, which could be for days, if not even for weeks. So this is what you need to prepare for on Jamaica, right? Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding through so many areas, even out east, Portland and St. Thomas parishes, which are likely to avoid the core hurricane winds being just far enough east for that still very high-end tropical storm gusts are likely there, but the flash flooding throughout the entire island is going to be the most widespread impact from the storm. Remember, the storm is only moving at 7 miles an hour. Life-threatening storm surge, southern coastline, some storm surge even in portions of the northern coastline. Extensive infrastructure damage. Again, even areas outside of the core winds will see extensive infrastructure damage. Long duration power and communication outages could be days, if not even weeks in some areas. These significant landslides and mudslides from feet of rain likely to fall across most of the island. That could lead to roads being washed away in isolation of some communities. Those areas that are out by themselves to begin with, maybe with only one way in or out. We have washed out roads. We have significant debris right? Even in some urban areas that might hinder travel or make travel impossible for days, if not even longer, can lead to some isolation. Again, we are out of time for any preparations. Well, I hope my friends on Jamaica are as prepared as they possibly can be, not only for what the storm is going to bring today, but in the aftermath of a storm where we're likely to not have much power across the island, no internet across the island, water, gasoline, all of that could be impacted for a significant amount of time in some areas. When we look at the hurricane force winds moving in, the arrival of hurricane force winds, again, southwest coastline, eastern side of Westmoreland Parish, all of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon parishes, potentially even the western sides of St. Catherine during the late morning hours here. And again, landfall probably a little bit more than an hour away at this point in time. 7-mile-an-hour forward speed keeps the eye of the storm on a north-northeast track over the island for approximately 6 hours. So we will continue to see this storm batter the central, the western, and even portions of the eastern side of the island through the afternoon hours at the very earliest, emerging off of the northern coastline as we get into the late afternoon. And these winds are likely to stay Category 5 strength over the island. It will weaken some, but if this storm is 180 to maybe 190, you understand the impacts that could be coming to the island, okay? When we look at this individually, again, anywhere along and east of the eye are likely to experience at least 130 to 160 mile an hour winds. Now, again, in the core, now that's going to be 5, maybe 10 miles. That 180 wind will be present. But even 15, 20 miles away from the center, we're likely to get some winds on the east side to be between 130 and 160. Okay? Not expecting the higher end of this range in Kingston, and likely not even the 130. But into St. Catherine Parish, that is a possibility. Okay? But gusts that are likely to be over 100 miles an hour will extend east into the Kingston area, likely, right? It is St. Thomas and Portland parishes that will have the least amount of wind, but still there could be some impactful winds that could be approaching hurricane strength even this far east, and certainly sustained higher end tropical storm gusts for Yawlis, Morant Bay, and the Port Antonio, Fair Prospect areas. Then you get back into St. Mary Parish and the eastern side of St. Anne, Port Maria, Ocho Rios. Again, down the road later this afternoon, the storm gets closer to you as it moves northeast. So you could see 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. And then all the eastern side of the island could see 15 to 30 mile an hour winds, 15 to 30 inches of rain, or 375 to 750 millimeters, right? So the flooding could be very significant. The storm surge of 9 to 13 feet, likely higher in some areas. And then out west, anywhere west of landfall, right? So western sides of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland parishes, even close to Negril, likely to see 120 to 140 mile an hour winds as the storm moves in. Savlamar certainly included in that potential range, 120-ish there, okay? Then as the storm moves north into the east, weakens some on the northwest side for most of Hanover and St. James parishes. It's 90 to 120 mile an hour winds, probably even a little bit stronger towards Montego Bay for a maximum. On the north side of the island, near Montego Bay, a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet. But west of the landfall, south side, still expecting a 6 to 9 foot storm surge. And again, let me be clear about this. This doesn't even take into account the wave action and the swells, which are likely to be higher and appreciably higher, right, with the storm surge coming in. So the storm surge is simply the wall of water that the hurricane literally lifts from the ocean. That deep low pressure literally pulls the ocean up with it and then pushes that wall of water inland, right? It is a gradual thing, but at the height of the storm, it can be a wall of water coming in. very quickly, mind you, and then you have wave action on top of everything. And again, western parishes, 10 to 20 inches of rain, locally 25. Higher elevation areas where the rain gets down into the lower elevations quickly, significant flash flooding is likely in those spots. Again, all of the island likely to see over 10 inches of rain, over 250 millimeters, in most areas even higher than that. We'll see if we get a 10 a.m. update here. Okay. Yeah, they've upped it again to 185, guys, and a pressure of 892. So they didn't fully correlate the 196 that we saw, but they have upped it again to 185. The fact that this hurricane continues to get stronger closer to landfall is absolutely wild. We've actually lost a little bit of the lightning recently. Potentially now, we're beginning to skirt a little bit of friction as we get close to landfall here, and we're backing down some of the intensity of the thunderstorm activity near the eye. All right, let me pull this up on my phone. So again, we're at 185 and 892. So we're up 5 miles an hour and we're down 4 millibars. So this storm is going to make landfall with a pressure that starts with the number 8. North-northeast at 7. This is really, really wild that those are the numbers that I just typed. The fact that that is this storm that's about ready to move into the southwest side of Jamaica. Again, we're beginning to see the outer eye winds move into St. Elizabeth Parish, Black River, Treasure Beach areas. You know, from the closest approach now, you know, we're about just 10 miles away from getting into the inner core winds. From Black River, we're only about 14. So I am expecting landfall in somewhere around an hour. Yeah, 10 a.m. advisory is up to 185, guys, if you look at the newest information from the Hurricane Center. 185, 892. And Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft will continue to investigate this storm. And again, I'll continue to monitor what they're showing us. Right now, the information I have available, they're on this far southwest side of the storm. Again, they're going through their process, but likely another reconnaissance aircraft is beginning to investigate the inner core winds again. It's moving north-northeast at 7. All of your current information on the storm, the newest information from the Hurricane Center, is always going to be at the top of your screen here on my weather system. Again, this should be the Well, that's just the 8 o'clock, so I'm only getting the special. The reason why I wanted to look at this real quick is someone was asking about storm surge for Turks and Caicos. Right now, the Hurricane Center says a storm surge of 4 to 6 feet above normal. Dry ground is possible in the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. So a potential 4 to 6 foot storm surge for Turks and Caicos right now. We'll see how it plays out. I'll keep you guys updated. But if you live in the Bahamas, central and southeast, and Turks and Caicos, especially the Bahamas, you need to be preparing for hurricane conditions Wednesday. Turks and Caicos, potential hurricane conditions on Wednesday. And back to some of the live cameras from Sea Jamaica. You know, the winds are fresh here. You know, we'll see how these squalls push. Again, Kingston is likely to avoid the most significant wind, which is going to be a great thing for the Kingston area because you get just a little bit farther west and that is going to go downhill in a hurry and significantly. I would still expect these winds to pick up a lot more than what they are right now. You know, right now they're gusting near the harbor at around 50 miles an hour, right? And you can see again what that south wind gusting at 50 is doing to the water in the harbor, churning things up and pushing that water farther and farther inland. And the inundation of water in coastal sections of St. Catherine and Kingston parishes and St. Andrew, St. Thomas, and, you know, even west, you know, Clarendon as well. Just that amount of water that's likely to come with this storm is going to cause a lot of destruction just from the water rise. And again, Flat Bridge is there, but we can't see it because the water's already above it. All right. Appreciate all the thoughts and the prayers for everyone in the chat as well, for everyone on Jamaica. They're going to need it, guys. They're going to need all of our support. This is going to be a really tough one to go through and a tough one in the aftermath as well. Storm will probably not change much in forward speed. It might increase slightly, but that would be about it. Not expecting it to do much as far as a forward speed change. For anyone asking about, you know, what's likely to happen with that storm as it moves through. Okay. So here's the video from Justin, guys. I'm just making sure that you guys can hear it. Yes, you can. Okay. All right, so again, you know, Justin, Treasure Beach area, probably about 30 minutes ago, and you can see that wind. You know, that's easily 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So again, this video from Justin, Treasure Beach, just about a half hour ago at the very latest. Yeah, right about a half hour ago. Again, he says that the waves near Treasure Beach are already cresting about 4 meters in height, and that all of that wind right now is hitting from the east, which is what we expect before the storm moves in. All right, so some of the sobering pictures from part of the island that is going to get the direct impact from Melissa, as landfall is likely to arrive very shortly. And again, you know, when we look at a storm, counterclockwise, you know, he's discussing that all of the wind right now is coming out of the east. And that's what we would expect, right? You see these east winds here. You get a little bit farther north and west, you know, the far western sides of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, the winds are more out of the north and to the east. This is why when the storm makes landfall here, the winds are going to be going in the opposite direction of the storm motion. So that's a net negative on the potential for the winds on the far western side of the island, keeping them down just slightly, but still extremely powerful. But that's why the storm surge is not as high as areas along the eye and off towards the east, because all of this wind is an onshore wind, which is just pushing that wall of water into places like Port Royal in the Kingston area and all the other bays to the west, into St. Catherine, Clare, anywhere along the southern coastline east of that center will all have a south wind pushing that water in. And that's also why you have the strongest winds, because the storm motion and the winds around the storm are going in the same direction. So you have a net positive there. Again, everyone right now, generally speaking, because most of the storm is west of the island, the vast majority of Jamaica has an easterly component to the wind. In some areas, there's a slight south-southeast wind. In some other areas along the northern coastline, there's even a bit of a northerly push. Now, as this storm pushes inland, again, western areas will switch to a west wind and then eventually out of the southwest and back out of the south. And the winds will also quarter out of the east a little bit more and into the south as the storm pulls away here in the southern coastline too. But you keep the inundation of water going with that wind profile east of the center based on this track. Thank you, Gaming with Jamie. Appreciate you. Another Media Mundo gift membership subbed. Again, the Hurricane Center will probably provide one more update or update landfall. You saw that picture, that video from Jamie, or excuse me, from Justin. You know, what is that going to look like tomorrow morning, right? That's my biggest concern. You can try and send me videos to mymediamundo@gmail.com. Just trying to keep them a little on the shorter side, not 5 or 10 seconds, but 15 to 20, something like that. And I will continue to effort to put in some of this video. Yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, I'll bring up this video again from Jamie in Treasure Beach about a half hour ago, guys. This is going to be where the eye hits. So look at the vegetation, look at the palm trees. You know, this is going to strip all of those leaves. You know, and you know where Jamie is right now. What's going to be left of that, of where he's staying. Now, obviously, that looks like a fairly secure concrete structure, so that should be just fine. But you know, how many windows are going to be gone? How many outbuildings are going to be gone? From where he is, you know, the destruction could be total outside of the most hardened structures. You know, all of that vine and trellis that's secured to the column there, that can all just be really stripped away. You know, are there any leaves left of any of those trees? We'll continue to keep an eye on the See Jamaica cameras. You know, again, so far okay in Kingston. You know, it's good to see that the winds in that 50 mile an hour range at the harbor. Yes, they're gusty right now from a time. So far, so good with the winds. Again, the inundation of water, though, is going to be a whole different story near the coast and how that could flood areas. And ultimately, the wind's going to be picking up here in Kingston as well. Again, you know, likely to freshen and gust over hurricane force. But if we can keep the winds at that level, potentially some of the infrastructure is able to hold up in Kingston. You know, if we're just far enough west, just far enough east, and the landfall is just far enough west. But these cameras will help tell the story there in that area. And we will get a full update from the Hurricane Center coming your way at 11 o'clock Eastern time. But again, they could issue a special update at any point in time with this storm, considering how close to landfall it is as we speak. He said Drea says, after the hurricane went through, the island looked like winter with no snow. Everything was brown, and all the palm trees had only trunks left, absolutely no vegetation. You know, if this were an area, you know, that had a lot of trees with barks, this would be the kind of wind that can literally strip the bark from trees. All right. But yes, most vegetation does not survive this. Everything is stripped and bare after these kinds of winds go through. And it's not just the central core winds. It could be areas much wider than this when you're looking at a hurricane, you know, with winds of 185 miles an hour. Mandeville getting worse. If you guys want to send me some videos, you're more than happy to. mymediamundo@gmail.com. Okay. I have some video for you guys. It's really tiny. I might be able to make it bigger, but bear with me here. I'm going to bring it up live to be able to do that. Yeah, I guess not. You guys can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. You know, we're just pulling in this video raw that you guys are sending us. So sorry that it's so tiny. I should be able to activate these layers though. Oh, there we go. We did some upgrades to our software here, but some of the features or some of the settings I had went away. So on the fly, I'm trying to fix that. It can't get too much bigger because this is, again, you know, if you guys want to shoot me video, the easiest way to do that is, so instead of shooting it like this, turn your phone like this and it will fill the screen. But this is video that we got just a little bit ago. This is going to be from Hanover. Instagram user, it's Tav, ITZTAV. So again, this is from Hanover, not that long ago. Now, obviously, that is a building under construction, so don't take that as being what the storm has already done. But you get the idea that things are beginning to freshen up there, and you know those power lines. I promise you, down the road, they're going to be holding on to dear life. Hey Ray, how you doing? Thank you for your $9.99, or excuse me, your $4.99 super thanks, super stickers. I appreciate you so much. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Raya, please. Someone by the name of John Allen tried to send me a video, but there is nothing attached. Just remember to always attach the photos and the videos. That happens all the time, more than you think. I do it sometimes myself, but just remember you need to attach the photo or the video to the email. So again, that's going to be from Hanover. And again, Justin in Treasure Beach. So some of the new video coming in right now. Landfall is likely to occur in about an hour. We're getting very, very close, my friends, to landfall occurring. Now, again, you notice that the cameras there from See Jamaica are spinning a bit. Obviously, we start to come into internet issues and other.
Globalist, this is a video from Floggerman, South of St. Elizabeth.
Arriving like it did the last couple of days, so that we are tried to be as prepared as possible on the island being impacted because of the loss of infrastructure as the storm is arriving, right? Not as many folks who live on Jamaica are going to be able to watch coverage like this as the storm is actually moving through. So again, you know, we've lost a little bit of the lightning. Now let's be clear about something. Look at this storm, guys. I mean, unbelievable. This is going to go down in history, but for all the wrong reasons. This massive storm is very close to landfall in St. Elizabeth Parish.
God cover my family them and cover the country and the entire parish.
Some of the outer eye is beginning to impact and interact with land. So where Justin is there in the Treasure Beach area and Black River, and then fairly soon in Santa Cruz and Mandeville and places like that, the weather is going to go downhill in a hurry, okay? The water levels are already beginning to rise in this area, and winds are becoming very significant. I do, of course, I have an ability to look up the winds. Now, I mind you again, this is going to be, estimates, and I'm not sure how well on they are. We need to look at our visible satellite imagery as well. By the way, because the storm has basically arrived, the GFS model has finally decided that actually is going to hit. Yeah, it just can't even handle this storm, guys. But more than anything, forget the values because they're out to lunch. You can see, and it's these blacks that are the maximum, right? All on the central and the eastern side of the storm, okay? So, over time, and that eye from the model is very close, over time, you can see how the winds move inland, right? And are expanded a little bit farther east compared to west, right? But do extend to include Maypen and Hayes. And that's going to be, into the early afternoon hours and then moving away, right? All those strong core winds on the east side. But even as we get into the late afternoon hours, these are still some near hurricane force winds on the north coast. All right. And a massive expansive wind field to go along with it. This is the visible satellite imagery of this monster. Now, what you're actually seeing here is some of the reflection from the sunlight, right? Rising in the east, setting in the west, so it's lowest on the eastern horizon. It's actually shining against some of the extremely high cloud tops on the western side of that eye right now. So again, now that we have full daylight, we have a full picture from our high resolution visible satellite imagery. And again, just that shiny white is still, at this point in time, the sun is fairly low on the horizon. It's obviously climbing, but this time of the year is a relatively low sun angle too. And so we're just gleaning off of some of that. That's why those whites are a little bit brighter on the west side of the storm right now. This is the sandwich product. It's your visible and your infrared combined. Take that timeline and just drop it down to a couple of hours here. So again, when we combine the satellite imagery, look what you see. Landfall is about an hour away. I expect, if this is moving in at 185 mile an hour winds, I expect it to stay a Cat 5 over Jamaica, and the Hurricane Center does as well. I expect it to probably be a Cat 4 over Cuba. Hopefully it does come below Cat 5 status. It might be close, even closer than what we want. It's not out of the question. The storm could potentially re-intensify as it tries to get to southeast Cuba, but staying as an extremely dangerous hurricane, right? 10, 20, 25 inches of rain in southeast Cuba as well. So the potential for southeast Cuba, sure, it might be lower than what Jamaica is seeing and is going to see, but on the scale of, what significant impacts it could bring, it is pinging up there as well. High-end Cat 4 coming in with winds of, 135, 140. Excuse me, at least 135, 140. That's Cat 3 to Cat 4, but 145, 150, right? Goes higher than that. Significant impacts are likely for Cuba as well. Has not touched land yet. I agree that all the trees are likely to be stripped bare. I agree that there's likely to be very little vegetation left outside of the most hardened structures. With this wind, there's likely to be very little structures left as well. You can see how the water speed on Flat Bridge there is picking up. That's just the water moving quicker as the storm is getting closer. So there's Flat Bridge on the top right. You can see the winds are beginning to pick up in Kingston now. So far, so good in the Kingston area. No doubt about it. Halfway tree again, breezy. And we'll just see how much the winds freshen up overall, but we're likely just far enough away to really avoid the most significant wind damage. I mean, you already saw that the winds from Treasure Beach are much more significant than what we're seeing in Kingston right now. Yeah, anyone who lives in the Kingston area, it's still very squally at this point in time, right? Pretty squally conditions more than anything. Trying to get some more video for you guys here. But it's not consistent, at least as of yet, right? Not consistent, at least as of yet.
Just put your phone in, and you can watch shows on a big screen with clear picture quality. It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025.
Again, I'm pulling in some new video for you guys. Appreciate you sending it to me, mymediamundo@gmail.com. Again, we had live stream potential set up on the channel, but unfortunately, we lost a lot of that capability. Okay. Santa Cruz, very windy. Appreciate it, Arturo. Kingston are getting intermittent gusts, not sustained major winds as of yet. Thank you, Michael. Trying to upload your video right now. Appreciate you sending it in. Negril is bad with a bad breeze. So again, it is area dependent on the island, right? Our southwest communities here, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, eastern, westmoreland parishes, they're about ready to feel the brunt of this hurricane. We're beginning to see the outer eye interact with land. I think that's one reason why we've lost a little bit of the lightning. Again, you have terrain here. It's beginning to impact the inner core of the storm slightly. The problem is that likely what is to happen is that the inner core winds might expand outward for a time, right? They extend outward for a time. And this eye is extremely wide, at least 15 miles wide for a major hurricane. So those winds on either side are more expansive in nature because of the larger eye, which again, the hurricane force winds extend out to about 30 miles from the center. Now for the Kingston area, again, which is pinging about 50-mile-an-hour winds right now, if we take a look at where landfall is going to be, and we come here, we're about 60 miles from the west side of the Kingston area, right, into the eastern sides of St. Catherine Parish. So, we are very likely to avoid the more sustained major hurricane force winds in the Kingston area. Still expecting gusts to be hurricane force, and the worst still to come. And there's been just a little turn slightly due north in the last couple of frames. You notice that it's not trying to sneak a little bit southeast. Now it's trying to get a little bit closer to Black River itself there. But the core winds are now over the Black River area, the outer eye wall beginning to move in, right? And it's only a matter of minutes before we start to see very destructive conditions in this area. St. Mary, Port Maria, likely to see hurricane winds a little bit later today as the storm moves north and east, right? You know, probably winds of over 100 miles an hour. We'll look at some of the other impacts here coming up, guys, I promise. You know, I'm doing what I can to cycle back through those impacts because I know new folks are tuning in. You know, obviously it's something I'm trying to cover pretty vigilantly here as far as those impacts. I want to bring on, again, some of the video that I've gotten here. Okay, so here's some new video. And if I'm wrong, please let me know in the chat. But this should be the video from Michael in the Kingston area, saying winds are picking up in the hills above Kingston, but they do come and go. So Michael, just double check that this is your video, but I believe this is from Kingston. Again, you can see the fresher winds for now, but that's what they are. These squalls, you know, will bring a fresh wind. The winds are likely to pick up in consistency and intensity as we go through the remainder of the morning hours into the afternoon for Kingston. But at this point in time, the storm far enough west where the core hurricane winds are not likely to impact Kingston. Still expecting there to be some potential hurricane gusts in these areas, and the amount of rain that could come as well, you know, could be quite heavy as the storm begins to pull through. All right, so the next video which we should be seeing here should be from St. Elizabeth.
And that means that the impacts are going to be significantly greater than you've already been experiencing. Flooding is expected, landslides are expected, storm surge is expected, and of course those strong winds we will not be able to escape, especially if you're in the path of this system and in the path close to the eye of the system. The rest of the island, I mentioned the Category 5 hurricane force winds that will be experienced over parts of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland going into Trelawney, but we are expecting tropical storm force winds over the rest of the country. And so we all should be experiencing or looking out for the experience of tropical storm winds right across the island. Here we see on our picture some of the areas that are expected to be mostly inundated from storm surge that is also expected to come onshore. And this would be in those bays and inlets. In the area of Black River, we expect significant storm surge, although the center is now expected to be somewhat of Black River, so this might have to be updated slightly, but Black River will also experience storm surge. Storm surge could get as high as 13 feet. That's high. 13 feet is a couple of stories high. And so you need to be very much prepared for that kind of activity if you're in any of those bays or inlets along the coast of St. Elizabeth in particular, and even going into Clarendon. So those traditional areas of storm surge impact, like Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, those are areas that, because of the geography, we are expecting still to experience some amount of storm surge in those areas, although probably not as significant as we would have in St. Elizabeth along the coast. So anywhere, even along the coast of Manchester, parts of Alligator Pond, and Treasure Beach area should also be looking out for that kind of activity, and going eastward as far as parts of St. Catherine. And that is basically the presentation at this time. I'm sure you'll have some questions that will bring out some more information later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evan. You heard it. It is strengthening and it is coming to Jamaica. I know we've been praying for it not to hit, but it is going to hit us. So we have to heed everything that Evan has just said. I'm going to ask if there are any questions for Evan before we go on to the others. Any member of the media? Okay, please go ahead. Do we have a mic, or you're just going to speak very loudly and I'll repeat it? I think the mic is coming. You can just speak and I'll repeat the question. Okay, so the question was, has the window now closed for those who need to make preparations, especially on the western side of the island?
We're very close. Thanks for the question, JIS. We are very close to the closing of that window. I mean, I would not actually say it's entirely closed, because there are a couple things that you might be able to do right outside your doors that could reinforce your structures. If that is a possibility, when we have some level of calm, I have been hearing from persons in St. Elizabeth, in Manchester, who have indicated that they are getting quite some heavy rainfall and some strong winds, but there are usually some lulls, some periods of semi-calm that they can probably do something quickly on the outside and get back inside. So we would like to ask everyone to ensure that you keep yourself safe. Exercise extreme caution if you have to do anything immediately outside. But of course, as the system moves any closer, we will start to experience the eye wall of the system moving onshore, and then the eye will make its impact. And we do expect that that will occur by midday today. So during the latter part of this morning, after 11 o'clock, I would say let's not take any chances on the outside. Let's make sure that we are on the inside, so as this system makes its way here, we're not destroyed ourselves. Apart from the structures outside, we have to make sure that we save our own lives. Thank you.
Who here wants to see a live-action game trailer, huh?
Live-action trailers never represent the game.
Have you maybe considered...
Sean.
Minister, thief in line and begging.
Morning, Jamaica. Prayers up. Let's start with JPS, which I know is on everybody's mind. The electricity grid has already been impacted by hurricane conditions, which have caused several power outages across the island.
Yes, Opal, yes.
Several generation units, critical high voltage substations, transmission and distribution lines across the island have been forced out of service by the hurricane force winds and lightning. As a result, approximately 240,000 or 35% of JPS customers are without power. That's out of a possible 700,000. Mainly in the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, St. James, and Hanover. The status generation, there is adequate firm generation online to serve our customers. No renewables are available. As I said before, Customers impacted, more than 75% of the customers in St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Hanover, and St. James are affected without electricity. The least impacted parishes, with less than 10% of customers impacted, St. Thomas, Kingston, and St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. The majority of hospitals continue to be supplied with JPS power, except those in Manchester and St. Elizabeth, such as Black River, Mandeville, and Percy Junior Hospital. But I can confirm that they are operating on standby power, generator power. There is no plan at this point to shut down the grid. JPS crews continue to respond and restore critical facilities and customers where it is safe to do so. In the meantime, JPS is reminding customers to stay safe and take precautions to protect life and property. And most importantly, stay tuned to official channels of information, which include government and JPS, for further updates. As it relates to our telcos, I'll start with Digicel. 26% of mobile network is offline, predominantly due to the widespread loss of power. There's a further 209 sites running on generators and 9 on batteries. For fiber to home customers, we are seeing 20% customers offline due to no power in their homes. As we see the most impacted areas, we will work with our crews to focus on those areas first. Even if commercial power is still to be restored, we will keep generators fueled.
Hey, Janet Brissett, welcome,
to keep them up and running.
Thankfully, you're doing much better. I hope you have.
They're also confirming that also in aid in recovery, we are working with the SMA to increase our spectrum bandwidth channels, as we know from our experience from Hurricane Beryl that the mobile infrastructure will be recovered much quicker than the fixed. So just to indicate that I, this morning at 3 o'clock, signed licenses for additional spectrum for Flow, Liberty Caribbean, and I'm awaiting Digicel to give them the same. For Flow, I'm happy to say
about approaching our
that
end of the island now, love.
Liberty Caribbean operators of Flow, Jamaica, and Liberty Business is committed to playing its part for Jamaica to recover quickly from the inevitable damage following the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Again, with the spectrum that they have received, they will be bringing a new innovation, mobile connectivity via satellite, and facilitates SMS and text messages to areas affected in the aftermath of the storm. So this partnership promises to seamlessly enable 4G LTE mobile customers to send texts to their family and friends, even when the local network services may be interrupted. So that's huge, very huge. And this collaboration with Starlink reflects a deep commitment to the Caribbean and protecting Jamaica. So we look forward for that. And we also look forward for Digicel to do the same, which will give us a lot more ability to communicate and to recover as quickly as possible. This one is the big important one now, and that is the airports. Based on my consultations with PACAL and the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority about the timeline for the Norman Manley International Airport to accommodate emergency relief flights after the passage of Hurricane Melissa, the assumption is that the system will leave Jamaica by the end of today, Tuesday, October 28th, and that the impact on the Norman Manley International Airport is not extensive. Both PACAL and JCA will use tomorrow, October 29th, to inspect and clean up the facility and restore the test equipment that have been decommissioned to accommodate flights. These emergency relief flights could therefore be accommodated as early as Thursday, October 30th, 2025. Again, we are not sure what's going to happen with Montego Bay, who will face at least a lower category, possibly category 3. So we aren't able to say anything on Sangster, but we know that it could have potential disabling impact. for that airport. The good news is that the Ian Fleming International Airport is being considered as a part of contingency planning. So it means that we could get into Ian Fleming with certain types of aircrafts, and that will help us significantly based on the distance between Ian Fleming and Montego Bay. Petrojam, following another meeting this morning of the refinery, Petrojam is turning its attention to deepening participation in the broader national multi-agency response. Fuel security plays a key role, as we know, and Petrojam is assuring that all 3 international airports, in addition to all airdromes, are at 75 to 80% capacity for aviation fuel. This will enable aircraft movement to resume immediately. In addition, Petrojam has 2 to 3 weeks supply of aviation fuel at its Kingston and Montego Bay storage facilities. So in accordance with international standards, we will follow strict safe storage and rigorous testing prior to reopening. Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, the microwave system is in general is operational, with the exception of the links between Winchester headquarters and Catherine Peak, which is currently offline. All remote sites are operating on generator power. So this means that we will be able to accommodate relief flights, which the requests are coming in fast and furious. And as I said before, we spoke about Airports Authority. Finally, I'll just give an update on JUTC. And that was up to 9 o'clock last night, reporting 361 persons that were taken to shelters in several parishes. All road operations for JUTC ceased last night, with the exception of transport assistance being provided to essential services staff, such as hospital workers. JUTC's emergency standby teams remain in place at all depots. We will have some kind of disruption to some of the buses, because those buses that use CNG will not be able to be fueled immediately due to the fact that the plant has been decommissioned. But let me close by saying, once again, that government, as you have heard and will hear from Minister Mackenzie, we are dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's to make sure that we facilitate all that is required for the response that is going to come in relation to the rebuilding phase after this catastrophic hurricane. So I want to just say to you, those of you who are still not taking it serious, you have but a few hours. And as I said before, based on what Evan said, the low-lying areas are going to be badly affected. Seek to go to higher ground and protect yourself and be smart. Again, commit to be here right through. And of course, if we work together, we will get through this once again. God bless Jamaica and keep safe.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. As you hear, we have not stopped working. He's not going to stop working to ensure that we have electricity and that we have telecom service. Right before this press briefing started, I heard him on the phone with JPS's head, and they were talking through how they were going to be making sure that we have electricity up in areas that aren't as badly affected, and then that we can recover even more quickly. He has not stopped working for us, and we have to obviously thank Starlink for that support that they're giving to our telecoms providers in Jamaica to ensure that even if our systems locally go down, that we will still be able to communicate internally and externally with the rest of the world. Also want to welcome the members of the media who are joining us from overseas. I know that the feed is going out also. We say good morning to you and good morning to all of your viewers out there too. Next up, we have Minister Desmond Mackenzie, who is not just our Minister of Local Government and Community Development. He is the one that's coordinating the entire disaster response, wearing his hat as the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Council, the chair is the Prime Minister, who is very much behind the scenes coordinating all of this and calling all of us for updates. And so this morning you will hear directly from Minister Mackenzie his updates on the entire disaster management framework.
Thank you, Minister Dixon. Again, let me commend you on the sterling job that you've been doing in presiding over these very important press briefing. Minister Vaz, Evan Thompson, my PS Director General, acting, other support staff, and I want to acknowledge the team. The Jamaica Fire Brigade and the JDF was very active last night, responding to a number of calls to assist residents in sections of the corporate area. I want to, first of all, give an update on the state of shelters. Again, I want to repeat that all of the 800 and odd shelters are open. The numbers that I have presently speak to, of the 800 shelters, 382 shelters are occupied so far, with a total of persons within these shelters of almost 6,000 persons. Just to give you a rundown of the numbers in Kingston and St. Andrew, there are 45 shelters which are open with 581 persons. In Clarendon, 39 shelters with a accommodation of over 865 in Clarendon. Westmoreland, 33 shelters open with over 500 persons. St. Mary, 27 shelters with over 500 persons. St. Catherine, 27 shelters, 394 persons. Portmore, 8 shelters, 74 persons. St. Thomas, 18 shelters, 609 persons. Manchester, 23, 135. St. Anne, I see here 18 shelters open, but 0. There seems to be no one in any shelters in St. Anne. We'll check on those numbers. Hanover, 19 shelters are open with over 261 persons. St. James, 30 shelters, 209 persons. Trelawney, 10 shelters, 313. Portland, 59 shelters, 541. St. Elizabeth, 26 shelters, 289. Now, St. Elizabeth is of concern because I am understanding that we are getting calls before we came on here of persons in St. Elizabeth asking for transportation to be sent into various communities to transport persons out of those areas. As Minister Vaz have said, it is going to be difficult. I have given instructions to the RPM director and to the team to advise the disaster coordinators and the members of parliament and the mayors wherever transportation is needed and they can get those transportation, they should do everything that is possible to provide the transportation to take the people out. But the system that we have had, as Minister Vaz said, those systems have been put on hold now because of the closeness of the system. So I would urge persons who can move to do so, and the mayors and the CEOs and the councillors and the members of parliament to do everything that is possible to assist those persons in moving. The impact of Melissa is being felt. Evan gave full details. We are having reports of widespread impact across several parishes which are seeing increased number of land slippage, flooding, fire, storm surge, and power outage. Roads in St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Catherine were blocked by fallen trees, poles, landslides, and most of these have been clear. And I want to make the point that the team that are on the road, the roving teams that have been pre-positioned, have been responding. Once the report is sent to the team, they are out there actually doing the work. So if you are in an area where there is blockage and fallen trees, you can send us the information, and once that is possible, we will send the team out. Minister Vaz, I see a report here, fire on GPS pole lines in certain sections. Storm surge affect Olaba Bay and other such communities. Caribbean Terrace is experiencing flooding, and I want to say that that is a community that I think we have to pay more attention to, because many years ago, when I was mayor, a section of Caribbean Terrace was devastated, and we are now seeing again, based on the information that is coming, and I'm going to ask the team to do some more checking to see the extent of what is taking place in Caribbean Terrace. We are experiencing, as I said before, land slippage in many communities in Portland, St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, and many other communities are experiencing those challenges as I speak at this time. This is the last briefing that we'll be able to give as update, but I will spend 2 minutes again. God has been merciful, because we've been talking about Melissa coming for almost a week. And still today, when we are expecting Melissa, there are still, as Evan have said, a small window of opportunity. Let us use it, and use it wisely. Let us respond. I hope by within the next hour, when I get an update, I will see more persons in shelters, and we will see more people responding. Jamaica, this is not the time to be brave. I've been saying...
Jackie, me watch Brian Shields already, the one we just put out the call, but after this conference done, me go back, we go to Brian Shields' new video.
I want to close because the reports is short, and we want persons to go to do what they can do for themselves, their families. And I want to thank all of you who have left your homes and have been spending time here, camping out, members of the media. Last night I walked and I interacted with them before I went to bed in my little corner. And, you know, it was commendable to see the media and other support staff leaving their families and things. And this is a commitment that we are making for the betterment of Jamaica. Already we have started, as I said from yesterday, to look at how we're going to map our recovery. We have to start to look at that. We can't wait until Melissa's come to start to say how we are going to prepare ourselves for the recovery. We have started to do that in the meetings that we have been having. But I want to thank the team, and I know that Jamaicans are grateful, and we are all praying for the best outcome. So as I said before, whatever windows are available, I am asking those, especially in St. Elizabeth and those areas, who can move to do so at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mackenzie. I just wanted to note, you know, given that we have a lot of our members of the diaspora on, you've been asking a lot about how you can support Jamaica. Just noting that I'm very, very pleased this morning to announce the launch of our Support Jamaica website. It is supportjamaica.gov.jm. We've already been made aware of some nefarious individuals trying to collect money on behalf of Jamaica. We remind you that this will be the official site. if it doesn't have .gov.jm, it is not legitimate. It's not an official government of Jamaica site. And so it will be supportjamaica.gov.jm, and it will be our online platform developed by the government of Jamaica to mobilize support, to channel relief and coordinate recovery efforts in the wake of Hurricane Melissa. In it, you're going to have a donate now page where you can donate using your credit or debit cards, and you will also be able to give pledges. You also have all the information on OddPIM's bank accounts. If you want to do a bank transfer, you can do so there. A new innovation on that site is that you will be able to give updates on emergencies. So if there's an issue that you see in your area, you want to upload a picture.
Wow,
maybe there is flooding, maybe there is a town that has been cut off, you can actually notify us through that website also. It also has an interactive shelter locator for those who may need it. Even if you have to help someone to find a shelter, please use it. It will give you all the shelters that are near you. You can actually put in what parish you're in or what area you're in, and you can geolocate.
One day now we begging, we not send dime to Andrew. The older we know who we family is, and the older we know who we community is. Drunk, they might cut off on because they see so not thief.
All right. We had a quick power outage, but we are back up here. Just noting again that you can find shelters. They are on that site, supportjamaica.gov.jm. And so it is all about mobilizing resources. So it's a resource for those locally and also for those in the diaspora and anywhere in the world that wants to give support to Jamaica. Again, the website is supportjamaica.gov.jm, and it was created overnight, updated in basically a day. The developers spent a day working on it, and we want to thank them. And it was donated to us by Amber Group in consultation with other members of the team and other private sector partners. We are going to be opening up now for questions from the media. I know I already have one question that I need to treat with, which has to do with tourists. How many tourists are here on the island? The number I have from the Ministry of Tourism is 25,000. They issued a press release yesterday, and they noted that they are coordinating with all of the hotels. There's no need to worry. The Ministry of Tourism has its center that is in constant communication with all of the hotels, has been providing support. And so we are keeping those tourists as safe as we possibly can. And so I open up for questions. Zara, you're first.
Good morning, everybody. Zara Burton representing Reuters today. I would like to know, please, I realize that it is still early to talk about this, but I'm just curious if it is that, there could be any kind of comment about, search and rescue preparation. If there could be any kind of comment about if it is that you are in this hurricane and your shelter is compromised. Is there any advice on, I don't know if OddPIM can give any advice on safe rooms to go to, just any practical advice to residents who may be in this hurricane and in very perilous situations during and post?
Thank you for that question, and we're going to get you an answer.
Let me say that the Jamaica Defense Force and the Jamaica Constabulary Force are members of the National Disaster Committee, and they sit in the command center during the operation. So any request that comes in for search and rescue will be undertaken by the Jamaica Defense Force along with the Jamaica Fire Brigade, because they are a part of the national response team, and they are present, and we have equipments that are pre-positioned prior to the passage of Melissa that will be able to respond. So in a nutshell, yes, we are in a position to respond, and once the request comes in, the team will be ready to go. We have boats helicopters, you name it. The government has equipped the Jamaica Defense Force, especially with a number of helicopters. The Jamaica Fire Brigade have a number of boats that can be used on land and can be used at sea for rescue operation and search operation.
Minister, I think there were some questions around tips, I think, between you and Mr. Thompson in terms of tips for persons. I know you're an expert in this area.
Thank you, Minister. Very difficult in terms of tips for Category 5, but nonetheless, I think one of the things that we have to do is to ensure that, as was said before, that we are doing most of the preparation going in. In terms of tips, we have always said that person should try as best as possible to bring a lot of stuff already outside, inside. We don't want a lot of stuff that you have loose stuff outside, especially, Minister spoke it about construction sites. A lot of those things can be used as missile in the system, so you try to bring a lot of those in as best as possible, try to secure your animals. If you're inside, you stay in between walls that are not close to your outer walls in terms of your structures, because if your structure is not sound enough, those will go. A little bit better, I think, for persons who have multi-story facility. If your roof goes, you can go on the lower part of your building. Search and rescue component, the minister said it before. The teams are out there, but what we are saying in terms of tips as well, which was said before, and I will enforce it again, get into the shelters, because in terms of search and rescue, we can't do search and rescue in the heights of a system. Persons need to get away from the coastline, away from low-lying areas that are prone to flooding, and ensure that you are in safe, elevated areas to ensure that you are safe from all the dangers of coastal waters and riverine waters. And as best as possible, ensure that on the inside of your property, you're staying in between double walls. So if your outer wall goes, you're a little bit protected, and stay downstairs if you have a multi-story facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Minister Mackenzie. I think we're going to go to Nationwide News now.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. Question for Minister Vaz. You oversee the energy, telecoms, and transport portfolio. Have you been receiving any reports of vandalism in any of those three sectors?
Thank God, nothing so far, and I hope it remains that way. Nothing so far.
All right, Television Jamaica.
Yes, Minister Vaz, Andrew Chisholm from TVJ. Quickly checking on the JUTC buses. I think you mentioned that the CNG plant has been decommissioned. So I'm thinking that 63 or 60 or so about of the 93 buses that came in operate on CNG. So do you have enough CNG in place to operate those buses for a while, or is it that they're totally out of use for now?
Yes. Prior to the hurricane and in preparation for the hurricane, one of the requirements was for additional storage to be on location in case deliveries are not able, because the deliveries are done by road. So we took that into consideration. So I'm hoping that the plant will be able to be recommissioned in short order, but there may be, depending on the level of damage, some disruption in terms of the full fleet, but we will have enough to do what we need to do.
Nationwide, once again, question to Evan Thompson. We know the effects that we're expecting in terms of the hurricane force winds and the tropical storm force winds on the outer side of Melissa, but in terms of the eye, because that's obviously going to pass through the country as well. What kind of conditions can persons expect during the eye of the hurricane? I know things are kind of calm now in certain areas. Are those persons within the eye supposed to expect similar conditions?
Thanks. That's a very good question, Mahiri. It's important for us to understand what happens when the eye is expected to move across your area. First of all, the eye itself is a calm area in the center of the storm. So as that moves over, it will appear as if it's all done. It will be a clearing. There will be very little cloud cover. There will be very little wind. And so it will feel as though the storm has passed. And it's a good feeling. And so a number of persons would want to take the opportunity to get some quick repairs done, especially since the eye extends a few miles actually in diameter. So, it would take a little while to pass over you, and you could have some time of break. But before the eye gets to you, you would have passed through one of the most intense parts of this hurricane. It means that you will experience wind speeds that are approaching 300 kilometers per hour. This is round about 185 miles per hour. That's what the system is packing as a Category 5 hurricane. And much of that will be within the eye wall. In that eye wall, which is that area that surrounds the eye, you will have that most intense wind speeds, but also the most torrential downpours of rainfall. So that area will pass from the coast right across as the eye moves. Of course, that is the protective area for the eye that moves along with it, all the way from the southwest of Jamaica to the north central part of the island. So you will experience those intense conditions before the calm. And then after that calm, you will experience it once again, unfortunately, and the winds will be from the opposite direction. So if it was coming to you from the east, it will now come to you from the west after the eye. If it was from the north, it will come from the south after the eye passes. It's always from the opposite direction after the eye passes, and you have to prepare yourself for that.
All right, so my question has to do with lightning strikes, because in one of the models that you showed us, I believe it was yesterday, we saw quite a few areas of thunderstorms. So I'm not certain what you can tell Jamaica now in terms of preparing or protecting ourselves from the possibility of being struck by lightning. And what do we look out for ahead of it? What are the signs?
Yes, lightning frequently occurs during the thunderstorms. Of course, it does occur during thunderstorms, and thunderstorms will be part of that intense area of the shower activity. We don't expect anyone to be outside, really. So that should, of course, protect you from the lightning strikes to a large extent. Of course, there will be some impact. It will affect electricity supply. It could also be the cause of fires. And so it's important that that is also monitored. I'm sure the fire brigade is alert to that, that there could be fires that are generated because of the lightning strike. So that is one of those hazards that actually accompanies hurricanes as well. We don't talk much about tornadoes either, but actually we do have small tornadoes that develop in hurricanes, and that is something that people need to also be aware of. Whenever hurricanes move over, generally you have those smaller scale cyclonic events that are tornadic. Well, tornadoes develop within these systems, and that could also be a source of danger for residents as the system passes over. They don't last very long for our area, but they are a real possibility. Not just a possibility, they actually occur and have occurred in Jamaica in the past.
Possible for particular parishes more so than others, considering where this system is projected to travel?
I believe in most cases when you have those events, it would be in the lower lands, in the flatter lands, and not so much in the hilly terrain. However, we should be prepared. I mean, in the larger scale of things, we're dealing with a hurricane with huge winds, massive winds. But at the same time, you could have the resultant effect of additional with the smaller scale events taking place within it.
Thank you.
Another quick question to Mr. Mackenzie. You were clear, Mr. Thompson. Thank you. Very quickly, Minister, you mentioned that the JDF and JCF were responding to calls in the corporate area. Just trying to get some details on that. Is it that persons were now evacuating or any flooding or anything?
No, not anything major.
Let me take you through the 4 pillars of our sustainability journey. We are committed to optimize
every critical area of government that forms a part of our disaster response mechanism. So once the information is fed into the command center, we will go out to see what is required in terms of why a request was made. And that was why the team was out. And we have roving teams on the road that is driving around. So when they pick up anything on the road, they will act and they will call in and give central the information, and we will log those information because we use the information after to see what took place and how best to address and to see how we can prevent. Yes.
And question from Nationwide: Have you been updated in terms of the readiness and the preparation for places such as prisons, children's homes, and homes for old persons?
Well, as I said before, the security forces sit on the national committee. So everything security-wise, and we don't discuss the security aspects of the prisons and the operations of the police and the military, because that is confined. And you know why that has to be confined. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we work with all the ministries are involved. So children homes and the infirmaries and everything is taken care of in the general scheme of things and planning. And inspections are done to these facilities to ensure that they are up to standard.
Ask you one more question. Could you just comment on why it is that at first we were facing a multi-day event and now you're saying by this evening it will go? Could you just at least address that little thing?
All right, we're going to have to, this has to be the last question because we do have to get the teams who need to get home safely. And so this is the last question. And I think you had answered it, Evan, before, but come.
Yes, this event has been multiple days that we've been experiencing it. This passing of the passage of the eye across the island will not be a full day. However, the entire event, we've been experiencing this for over a week, and this is part of the system that has been impacting us. It has been for a few days already and will continue for another few days, because after the eye passes, we will have another maybe 2 days before we actually see a clearing. All right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are at the end of this press conference, just reminding everyone that if you want to support, we have international media that's streaming this live. If you want to support Jamaica, please go to supportjamaica.gov.jm.
Drunk Crow, move fire so with the begging. Move fire so with the begging and give it back some of our thief. We're not thief enough we can recover the country. What to the $3 trillion we no can't tell we about. Anyway, let us listen to Brian's latest update and then we will go back to Rusty.
It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Roughly around 9:30, 10 o'clock Jamaica time. As it is now making landfall, this has gotten worse. It is an even stronger system. Hurricane Melissa is now one of the strongest hurricanes on record. With that, winds are now up to 180 miles per hour, 290 kilometers an hour. It is moving to the north-northwest at 11 kilometers an hour, about 7 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped. A few days ago, it was around 946, which is plenty low enough. When it drops, it is stronger. It is now below 900. The pressure is 896. That may actually bump up the winds eventually to around 185, but 180 to 185, this is a destructive and life-threatening situation as this continues to move in. You've done your part getting the word out, and now we are just kind of in some locations, as I've been letting my friends know, they are protecting themselves, really protecting their lives at this point in certain locations and doing the best they can as this works in. Right now, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester, that's where this is coming on shore. Whether you're north of the eye, west of the eye, south of the eye, or east of the eye in this sector, that is the eye wall. That's where we have the winds of near 180 to 185 miles per hour, regardless of structure. That is a life-threatening situation. I was just, when I was last in touch, I've lost touch with a lot of folks on the ground. When I was last in touch, I was getting a few questions in the western end about what to do. And I was messaging my friends. I said, wherever your safe spot is in your home, be it in the bathroom, a closet, interior room, best you can, have a blanket, maybe a mattress if you have one. If you have a bathtub, you may want to consider getting into it if it gets bad. These things could help kind of cover you up, right? If you have a blanket, a mattress, or anything of those means, pillows, if you will, and then maybe something to protect the head. There's not necessarily a lot of helmets around, but some sort of pop pan, something to just kind of shield your head best you can. Again, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, a life-threatening situation right now as this is making landfall. Clarendon, as we work our way back toward the east, again, watching that as this lifts to the north, and Hanover, St. James, as we work our way toward Trelawney, St. Anne, we're going to see significant impacts, whether you're south or north. But in this area here, structure failure is likely if the structure simply just cannot withhold this. So again, this is a life-threatening situation. You want to stay low inside your home. If anything does collapse, you want to stay safe. And of course, stay together with this. It is going to be extremely noisy as well. And again, I'm not saying this to be scary. You know me. We don't typically have to discuss this kind of magnitude of things. You see it for yourself. This is moving in, and some folks are still able to get the word out in some spots. So in through here with the increase in winds, South Lamar back toward Black River, Treasure Beach, Mendeville, we're looking at 195 mile per hour gust out of this. Again, that is going to cause damage. Even if you're in a well-built structure that right along this area here in the parishes I was mentioning, there's still going to be damage in well-built structures, let alone the weaker ones. Then this will lift to the north, Montego Bay back toward Falmouth, over toward St. Anne. If you're anywhere in here, winds will be gusting 145, potentially 150 miles per hour as this moves in. Again, this is a worst case scenario. Roofs are going to come off of some homes where this is coming on shore. This is something we've talked about over the last few days. In other roofs that even stay on are going to take on some damage. And of course, it is going to be wet. It is going to be wet inside many homes. We are all with you in this weather community. That's why we do this. That's why we've been getting the word out together here. And I can't thank you enough for doing that, because this is where we stand now. And again, it's that life-threatening situation. We're looking at those winds here. This is not even updated yet. We're getting the information from the aircraft that's inside of this. Winds are up. Again, they are higher than this. They're up to that 180 marker, 290 kilometers an hour. I also want to take you down the road where this will go next, still as a major hurricane in southeastern Cuba, and really pinpointing where in the Bahamas this will go. We'll cover that as well. Let's get back to some of those winds, though, that we're going to see. I want to get very specific with the winds. We're going to see this working in now. So we have landfall that is starting to happen. Landfall is when the center point moves on shore, anywhere from a Black River back through Treasure Beach. That is technically landfall, but the eye wall is already coming on shore. That is the worst of it. With it, we have that surge, which I'll also cover. This will be lifting its way right across northern sections of Jamaica, right by St. Anne by this evening, and then eventually tonight, working its way into southeast Cuba, still as a major hurricane, and then very close to Long Island in Crooked Island in the Bahamas. It's not going to hit all of the Bahamas, so I'll show you that as we go out in time, very specifically what we can expect with that. Now, here's the core of it. By the time we hit about 10 this morning, this may be a little bit fast and maybe a little bit more over here, but it gives you a feel, right? These models, forget that, right? Forget that. This just gives us a feel of what's going on, because this is off the charts. The models have not picked up on how strong this is. So again, in this area here, we have those winds 150 to 180 along the coast. As it moves in, we'll see those strong winds again, all in this sector here where we're inside and we're kind of protecting each other in case we get the extreme damage that a lot of us are going to see. Not all of us keeping it in perspective, not all of us, but that damage that we are going to be taking on. We'll have that surge. You see that onshore flow this way, back toward Montego Bay, coming down this way. Again, I can't stress this enough. You know well that we have been preparing for about 5-10 days in some spots that this would be a threat for Jamaica. Then here, by the time we hit 1 o'clock, center starts to lift near St. Anne. Still those strong winds on the northern coast with the hurricane impact still. And then we're trying to get rid of this thing as we get into this evening. By 7 p.m., by around sunset time, this will be out of here. It'll still be breezy. It's going to be dangerous after the storm as well. Things are going to be down. There's going to be a lot of trees down. There'll be debris around. Keep those shoes on if you do have to venture around a little bit in certain locations where there are power lines. We need to watch out for those, because even though the power lines may look like they're on the ground and they're not live, power's been out, so that makes sense. There could be some power still in some of those lines. Do not touch any of those power lines that are down. That would kill you immediately. So again, we need to watch out for some of the threats afterward, right? There's a lot of people out there that are going to try to send help and help out from various countries. I've been talking to several of our islands in the Caribbean, back toward entities in the United States that are trying to help out, and again elsewhere as well. We know that as we're trying to help out Jamaica and then parts of southeastern Cuba. And again, you don't want money necessarily getting into the wrong hands in these situations. There's going to be a lot of entities out there trying to raise funds. They may not be the correct entity. So I'll put a link of some well-vetted entities that if you would like to help out, you can. Again, watching this is 1 o'clock. Here's that eye wall again around it. It may be even a little bit later in the day as this lifts up towards St. Anne, where in Kingston we get some of the heavier weather. So it's going to actually get worse late morning, early afternoon in our eastern zones before it gets better. Then by 4, you can see it here, Falmouth back toward Port Maria, St. Anne, still on the cusp of those hurricane conditions here. After that, we start to get bigger improvements. We will have already improved in our southern zones, still windy, but then as we get into this evening and sunset, this will get out of here. We'll pick up forward motion, which is what we need. Now, as far as the winds are concerned, I've upped these winds, 100, maybe 185, just right where it comes on shore, Black River, Treasure Beach, right in through here. I've been highlighting all of the parishes in my prior video too, if you want to go back and take a look at that. And then swinging up toward Falmouth, Montego Bay, again, winds of about 130 miles per hour, 100 as you get over toward Puerto Antonio, and about 110. Could be a little bit higher in Kingston. We should have some higher gusts. Again, we'll see some of it just kind of building. So most of us, the worst has not happened yet. The worst is starting to happen and moving in right here. But for the rest of us, it's still working in. This thing has been such a slow mover. And again, it is still lifting to the north. But in this core in particular, I'm so very concerned about our friends in this area. Again, with all the shelter that we've been doing and everything we've been preparing, again, most folks, it's going to be a rough go, but are going to be okay. But there are going to be those structures that do fail in certain circumstances. You've seen this before. Again, I know this talk it's not something I like to say, but we've seen it. We've seen it with Dorian. We've seen it with Beryl, especially as it rolled through St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not necessarily in Jamaica. This is way worse than what Beryl did for us in Jamaica last year. But we saw what happened when it was at its peak in parts of the Grenadines as that moved by. This is more of the likes of a Dorian or of a Maria, something like that, and we've seen the scenes afterward. But that is why we together have been making those preparations because this was going to be so powerful. And again, communities will get cut off from each other. It's already hard. I've had a lot of folks in the comments section trying to reach out to other people. It is very hard to get through. I've lost contact, as I was saying earlier, with some folks on the ground. I'm not in Jamaica. I hope to be there soon after. But again, it is very hard to communicate at this point. And communities themselves, it's going to be really hard to get around, especially if you're in some of the higher terrain. I was over toward Peppa's in Montego Bay with a restaurant that's a little bit higher. And I'm thinking of the homes as you get back through there. Winds are a little bit stronger, and there's certain roads that kind of curve around. If there's rock slides, mudslides because of the rain, and then some of the wind debris, that could kind of prevent you from kind of getting to other communities as we go forward. Now, you can see the surge as this moves in, 2.5 to about 4.5 meters. It could be higher, 9 to 15 feet right in here. This is the spot we've been highlighting for days and days and days with that surge that is going to be working in. So watching that, there will be the surge again, everything kind of lifting in. That is the abnormal rise in the water, and then you have the waves on top of that. The rain, that is already panning out. Again, we've had intense rain. It's going to be more intense as this moves in. We'll see some totals once this is all said and done, upwards of 750. Most will be a little bit less, but some record-breaking levels of rain on top of this as well. Rain total significant in southeastern Cuba, but it will start to lessen because, as I mentioned, it picks up forward speed as it continues to lift its way back toward the north. Now, the winds we're looking at here in southeastern Cuba are about 120 miles per hour. Could be a little bit more, could be a little bit less. It depends on how much of the land interaction kind of impacts this as it rolls over Jamaica. And then we're looking at near Long Island and Crooked Island, winds of about 110 miles per hour. I'll show you the time frame on this, thinking of southeastern Cuba. In this extreme part of the Bahamas. We're not looking at Freeport or New Providence. Turks and Caicos, most of this is going to be staying off toward the north and toward the west, where we'll have some gusty winds at times. But again, really Crooked Island and Long Island for some of those impacts, which I'll show you. And you can see, again, it took that turn because of the front I've been mentioning. Thank you for your trust, because this sucker kept going west. And we saw that, and it was frustrating, it was painful, and I was mentioning it was going to turn. Thank you for your trust and continue with those preparations. It was because of a front I was seeing here that was eventually going to turn it, and that is exactly what happened. And then we'll see how close this gets to Bermuda. By the time it gets near the Atlantic region of Canada, it should be in different form. I'll show you that as well in this video. But again, it is right on track, that black line moving in, and then near Long Island, Crooked Island, as it passes over Cuba once we get into late tonight, early tomorrow, watching Bermuda, and then it should be in different form here as it lifts to the north and not nearly as strong. So powerful. Look at the models, how I mentioned those wind speeds, the stuff I was showing you. Almost all of the models have this with those wind speeds right in through here, but none of them are quite as strong as it actually is. But it is a powerful Category 5 hurricane right now. These models do different things. You could ignore those. There'll be that weakening because it's making landfall. So a little bit of weakening, then it runs into Cuba as we work our way into tonight. Winds could be over 120, depending on how this goes over Jamaica. But we've had some of the time to get the word out, and then eventually it'll work its way tomorrow, still as a powerful hurricane. I mentioned winds 110, maybe 120. Crooked Island, Long Island. Thankfully, it will not be a surprise in the sense we're making those preparations. We see it coming, so we are finishing those preparations in that section of the Bahamas right now. So here are the winds, and as I mentioned, again, this is why I always talk about it. I don't just say, I want to tell you, I don't just look at the models. The models are so very off in this as far as how strong this is, and that's why I've been highlighting the preparations we've needed to do. But you get a feel of kind of the wind field in the position of this. This is by the time we get into this evening, pulling its way really as we work our way to sunset, after sunset, pulling its way back towards southeastern Cuba. We'll see that surge from the eye all the way back toward Guantanamo Bay. So watching southeastern Cuba for the hurricane impacts very late today, tonight more so. And then there's the center, and then by just after midnight pulling offshore, and then it will head right toward Crooked Island and Long Island right here. You can see the Turks and Caicos. I mentioned some of the gustier winds, 40, 50 miles per hour. So we're looking at about 80 kilometers an hour for some of the gusts, but the core of this hurricane is still a hurricane at this point. Will be in the Bahamas tomorrow morning, and then eventually departing as we work our way into tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll monitor that down the road for Bermuda, which I'll show you in just a second. So here it is. By the time we get into the afternoon, the extreme hurricane impacts still throughout much of Jamaica, and then this center of this sitting where here's that core of that, and you can see the onshore flow and the rain already piling up back toward Cuba, and then the center will move its way toward Cuba. And you see some of the additional rain. Haiti and Jacmel just got some good reports out of the Jacmel. I was talking to one of my friends there this morning. He said they're doing okay, which is good news to pass along in many locations. You can see right here, there's the center of this. By the time we get into midnight, there's Guantanamo Bay, just to show you how close it is in extreme southeastern Cuba. And then here's Crooked Island, some other islands, a settlement back through there. We swing back toward Long Island here. Turks and Caicos, you can see how most of this stays back toward the north and west. This would be by tomorrow morning, and then deeper into the day, it would continue its way out. And then watching it, I don't like when, things just kind of, track storm start to finish, right? Because some folks may say, hey, this is out to sea. Well, out to sea, well, no, there's Bermuda. So I'm watching Bermuda, as you well know, got you covered with that. This is the first front that grabbed it, the one I was talking about that turned it. There's a second area that's going to kind of drive it a little bit closer to Bermuda. We'll see how this shakes out, but if there are impacts in Bermuda will be late Thursday. It's definitely going to be weaker. We know that. It'll be a short period of time. It's really going to be accelerating. Then the Atlantic region of Canada, we're going to see a storm system working in late this week. And this almost should all combine. So either way, we're going to get some heavier rain, but there's what's left of it as we work our way into Friday afternoon. But watching the Atlantic region of Canada and seeing how close some of this may get toward Newfoundland and the Avalon Peninsula, but it may just get tied together. So of course, we've been in action mode. We're finishing the preps, Long Island, Crooked Island, and areas nearby. We're still keeping a very close eye on things in the Turks and Caicos, and we are finished with those preps best we can in southeast sections of Cuba as this continues to move in. So you want to be in your absolute safest spot you could be in the parishes I've been highlighting in the last video and this video. I'm trying to give you everything I got. I know I'm stumbling on some words and things like that. Lack of sleep, as you well know. So trying to give you everything just to stay safe. Have those items with you when you're getting in your safe spot. We still have, we're out of time in Jamaica, but just where you are in your safe spot, grab a blanket, some pillows, that sort of thing to have with you. Now, if you get in the eye, if you're in the eye with that period of calm, it'll be calm for about 10 to 30 minutes. So with that, this is important too. With that, we're going to see a change in direction of the wind. So here, let me show you what we're talking about here. Let me switch back to this. Here's the eye of it. If you're in this, so this will come over near Black River and Treasure Beach. If you're in that eye, a 10 to 30 minute window where it is actually calm. Now, in that period of time, right in here, there's most likely going to be severe structure damage. So what you could do if you're in those locations, and I know this message is most likely not reaching certain folks at this point. I get it, but even down the road in future hurricanes, if you get stuck in that eye, you have about a 10 to 30 minute window to kind of adjust, just kind of right where you are, help kind of prop things up best you can, maybe grab an extra blanket, albeit it may be wet, something like that to have where you. So you do have a little bit of a window, but here's the catch. As this starts to lift in, once the back end of the eye wall comes in, it's going to be just as destructive, but the winds are going to be in a different direction. So if you've kind of been bracing yourself for the winds coming this way, once the eye comes in and then passes by and we have the other side of it moving in, the winds are going to be coming from the other direction. These sound like little things. These are critical when you're kind of fighting for your life and walls have fallen on you. So the winds are going to come from the other direction. So be mindful of that with that 10 to 13 minute wind or 10 to 30 minute window we will have. But winds about 180 to 185 as this comes on shore. This community stands behind Jamaica in the other locations as we go down the road, southeast Cuba, parts of the Bahamas, as this will eventually work its way back to the north. Please know that there are so many people within Jamaica, outside of Jamaica that are thinking of you, praying for you with this system that is moving in. So again, I'm hoping everyone sees this around the world. Sometimes these things make the headlines for about a week and then it kind of goes away. I'm not going to let that happen on this channel and with this weather community. Sometimes these things, and we saw it with Puerto Rico back in the day where, recovery can take months, if not longer in spots. So I'll continue to update maybe links we could help, ways we can help out. I'll be talking to so many folks trying to get on the ground in Jamaica to see how we could help out when maybe this isn't making the headlines of mainstream media. So we got you covered right here, the best we can. I know, again, excuse me if I've been stumbling on things or saying things a little bit wrong, but just trying to get out the correct information with this as it continues to lift to the north. So the rest of today, it is going to be extremely, extremely scary at times in Jamaica. This community is behind you. Please, please stay safe. It is Monday night, October 27th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Powerful Hurricane Melissa. The overall news today is not better. Two things that stand out to me. It is slower. We talked about this in the last video. That kind of backs up the time frame. And it is stronger. Winds right now is sitting at 175 miles per hour. That's about 280 kilometers an hour. This is a powerful Category 5 hurricane, and not seeing any signs of.
Let's go back to Rusty. Let me see what our Jamaica cameras are saying, if they're still operational. still halfway tree, but we're getting nothing from the southern. I'll put up a recent TVJ video soon of the Black River coastline. The browser lost connection. Let me redo it for you. Bear with us. Hold on there. Let us see if we bring in a video from Brownstone for you. Bear with me. Like the system overload around here, so. Bear with me, globalists. We have so much things open. Which one are the right one now? Hold on, Jamaica. I miss my broadcast up. Bear with me. Bear with me. Oh, Lord, me become confused. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. What is wrong here this morning? Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with this is Brownstone.
Cameras as we possibly can as well, okay? So in order to do that, we're actually going to have to restart this stream. But here's what's going to happen. Once I end this stream momentarily, all of you who are watching this live stream, you don't have to do anything, right? You're going to be automatically put into the wait room of the new stream. Now, it'll take me a few minutes. So we're going to reboot everything, bring in a couple of new things for it to get going. But if you're patient with me in a couple of minutes, all you have to do is wait for the new stream to start. So again, if you're watching this stream right now, you'll be put into the waiting room of the new stream. You don't have to do anything to continue the coverage here at Media Mundo. So going to end this stream right now. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes and with a new and improved stream. We're going to have a lot more video to show you guys because of that. So I'll see you guys very shortly here as we continue our live coverage of Hurricane Melissa making landfall.
Right. While we wait for Rusty to come back, St. Elizabeth is flats. Oh, Jesus. Me I worry about we right on the beach front. They're not pretty. It's really not a nice day. I don't know when anxiety and headache will left me. Oh, it look like my thingy is full. This video is not even coming in. Oh dear. Bear with me, globalists. As Rusty said, we are going to be transferred over into his waiting room. Yes, there it is. There we are, into Rusty's waiting room for his new link, which will go live soon. Well, may I tell you, it's a stressful moment if you don't live on the coastline where a lot of we live pan where I go through the brunt at this time, you know. This is a recent video coming from Black River. So, and that was way before the landfall, which, because if you know Black River well, Black River sits right on the seafront. So all of that tidal surge, that retaining wall will be of no use to us with this thing drawing that height of water coming over to us. So it is a very life-threatening situation for us on the southern belt, particularly those on the coastline. More so my community, which if the sea swells that much, it's going to truck water that swallowed them up with the pond that is on the other side of them. Go back to Flatbridge. So it's a very, very, very worrying time. Livestock will be lost. Centers that produce a lot of farming. You may ask the question, who has an interest to destroy the south coast of Jamaica? And is it a real hurricane? Or could it be a man-made hurricane? Do they have the science to manipulate the weather? Oh, certainly. Do they have the science to create man-made hurricane? Oh, certainly. Who, though, may have a vested interest to destroy the southern belt of Jamaica, where there's a lot of oil seep and oil wells, gas seeps and oil wells within those regions. It begs to ponder, don't you think? It begs to ponder what on earth is going on. But yes, they have the science. They really do have the science to carry out things like that. And warfare does come for many different reasons and in many different ways. You know, war is not just conventional. It is biological. It is climate. We were told the Ethiopian famine could have been a climate change war, using climate as a weapon that creates a famine. So you have to open up your mind and ears to think all the possibilities. But ask yourself, is this really a real hurricane? Given how this one behaved, unlike others we have interacted with in history. This one is on its own mood type of behavior. Let's go back to where is this crossroad? later on Kingston, when the eye wall moves over, a lot of places will start experiencing more wind and rain. So some people might be caught off guard by the calm. But the calm is not to be underestimated, because deadly consequences can come after that calm. And if you ever in a storm before or go to a storm before, you know that storm have its periodic behavior. Well, 1 minute of hell on earth, and then by your back your eyelid, everything just drop and stand still, so and bright and clear. And you wash your hand, and by the time you're dry, it's hell on earth again. So I hope nobody don't get caught off guard, given we know say what's to come. This thing is gonna pick up many places across the country and just throw it about. Look at what Beryl did to St. Elizabeth, Southwest St. Elizabeth the other day. A vast sway of St. Elizabeth was hit, but Southwest St. Elizabeth was hit dangerously. These are the same areas where the eye and its wall drying over again, you know. Remember they claim to say, lady, they never come ashore, even though she carry on the way there. Now, this year one year, within wall, and IBAN and everything are come ashore together. This spells danger. My bigger part of my problem is health care. The bigger part of my problem is health care. Hold on, there's a minute.
You sure we can go? All right. Just rescue some persons, put them to the shelter.
Hold on,
What do you think about this? What do you think about?
Hold on, the Jamaica.
Yeah, the whole place is flooded out. This is your counselor, Julian. Hold on. Check here. Oh, the market is underwater.
A lot of flood is going on in Westmoreland, and that's before that's before the eye. That's before the eye come ashore. We could go over to Flatbridge or Roar. Water make its way through Flatbridge. Hold on, let me see if I work on the video from Westmoreland. When it's going on as if it's a human. My grandson in England asked me if anyone stop it, laughing. Hold on now. Let me see if I bring in Westmoreland. And a lot of the flood came before
no, Julian. Hold on.
Hold on, the Jamaica.
Oh, the market is underwater. Wait, it's up. You want to go any further? No? You want to go any further? You sure we can go?
It's not looking good because these level of flooding are occurring before what's her name is? Before Melissa had her landfall. So imagine with the tidal surge to come and the water that Melissa will be dumping and the country is very scary viewing, believe you me. It makes very scary viewing. Have mercy, Lord. Hold on there, Jamaica. Hold on there. This not look good at all. Don't look good at all. Hold on there. This not look safe. Rasta Cumbra.
You got to love technology, right? But what we wanted to do is provide you guys with the best coverage that we possibly can. And so we had to do a few changes behind the scenes to be able to pull in a little bit more video and to do that a little bit easier. So appreciate you guys tuning in back here live, and pretty neat, huh? Right? You know, we need to make a couple of changes. We can just take you guys as an audience and throw you into a different stream and go from there. So again, I'm going to reset the scenario for our friends on Jamaica, and then we're going to talk about what's been going on with the storm, what is happening right now. Take a look at some of the new video that you guys have sent us as well. Again, obviously a hurricane warning continues for Jamaica. The landfall of the storm occurring as we speak, again, brushing the far eastern sides of Westmoreland Parish and St. Elizabeth Parish. And this storm at this point in time is moving basically due north. Now, again, the Hurricane Center still has this trying to take a little bit of a northeast track. But at this point in time, over the last couple of hours, we've seen more of a due north push than anything. This is bringing significant impacts right now to Sav Lamar, back to Treasure Beach and Black River. Santa Cruz will be in the core of the winds. And if this trajectory continues down the road, places like Cambridge and Montego Bay and Lucy are likely to be included in the potential core winds. Now, the winds may weaken a touch, but again, this made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane with winds somewhere around 185 miles an hour. Again, landfall is occurring as we speak, just to the west of Black River. Do you see how this little spot of land is now within the eye? That is the definition of landfall. So we have hit that here as we've hit the 11 o'clock hour. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that. It's 185, guys. 185, 892. Let's make sure that we don't have anything else from the Hurricane Center. Want to make sure that those are still the newest numbers. And again, even their website with all of their traffic is quite slow to load. Here's an updated statement, but it is the same. So as of right now, 185, 892, northeast at 9. Okay? For anyone who is watching in this part of Jamaica, okay, you have to shelter in place. You can't go anywhere, unfortunately. I hope you have found as sturdy of a location as you possibly can be. All right? Remember, these winds can be totally destructive to some areas, some buildings. This is the kind of wind that will strip all the vegetation, right? You know, if there were barks on trees, it would remove the bark. That's how serious of a wind this is, my friends, all right? Stay away from any windows that face the direction of the wind that's coming into that area. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. You want to give yourself as much protection, barrier from the outside as you possibly can. Because what is going to be happening on the west side of Jamaica is going to be life-threatening and catastrophic as a 185-mile-an-hour storm begins to push inland. All right? Cover yourself with a mattress. I know that sounds extreme, but this is an extreme and dire situation. I mentioned the bike helmet before. You know, if you have any kind of helmet, you know, whatever you might have, cricket helmet, football helmet, bike helmet, I don't care, anything that you might have, motorcycle helmet, to just protect your head from any shattering glass, or if for some reason there is exposure to the outdoors from the home, maybe we lose a door or the window is significant and large enough where then debris tries to fly in, because that is a possibility, because this is basically tornado winds moving in with this storm. High-end tornado winds moving in with this storm. But unlike a tornado, which is only a couple of miles wide, the destruction from Melissa with these winds is going to be much farther and wider compared to what we would see. But the wind field is of that significance. I mentioned you guys have sent in some more video. Now I'm going to do the best that I can to show you exactly where these are from. I believe this is from Treasure Beach, okay? And give me 1 second just to double check something. This might be Alligator Pond on the coast. And Michael, I think you sent in this video. So if you want to let me know.
If you've got kids under 16 in the UK, please listen to this. What would happen to your family if your income just stopped tomorrow? I don't mean later, I mean tomorrow. Most of us don't have savings that could carry our family through that. That's why I got life cover. Right now, parents in the UK are locked.
From the Treasure Beach area, I believe. All right. And you can just see again what it's doing, and it's just beginning to move in. Just beginning to move in. This video, I believe, and again, I'm just having to go back to look through the emails, is from Julie in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth. Now, I know that it's a little bit of a narrower shot, but you get the idea that trees are beginning to fall there in Santa Cruz. And again, back over to the Treasure Beach area, you know, just looking at some of this video and knowing that this is still the beginning of this storm. So my troubles are very little, but my wife has a leak in her tire, and I'm just trying to help her out. She's fine. She's made it to a tire shop, but you know, the perils of life. But you know, compared to what our friends in Jamaica are going to see, that is absolutely insignificant. But I apologize for having to be distracted for a half second in amongst trying to change this live stream for you guys and to bring in this video. Got a message that, hey, I've got a very large staple in my tire. Is what it is, guys. We're not seeing this, though. And again, you know, you want to talk about how these winds are going to strip the vegetation, right? What it's going to do to the infrastructure that is not hardened. Imagine power lines in this scenario, right? So loss of power, loss of internet for days and days and days. You know, roofs that aren't fully secure. Even if you have a concrete structure like this, and that roof is not fully secure, that wind can get underneath that, the soffit and the awning and the overhang, and it creates lift. And that's why you can lose roofs in that scenario as well. And again, you know, the coastal issues here, right? The coastal flooding issues are a big problem. You know, Michael, if you're in the chat, I know you sent me these videos. If this is Alligator Pond for sure, please let me know. In Mandeville, hearing the limbs of the trees snapping. And yes, protect your head at all costs. Before we move on, let's just make sure that we're doing okay still in Kingston. And obviously the story is different this far east on the island. It's extremely great to see that the wind has not been significant. Now look what's happening on the top right-hand side of your screen. It's the exact same thing that happened with Beryl. We're beginning to get the debris clogging up underneath Flatbridge, and now it's beginning to come over. And that is an extremely, extremely large tree, probably a good chunk of whatever tree that was that's out there, right? So that's a problem there. Again, landfall occurring as we speak. Someone said, you know, landfall near the nature preserve, Font Hill Nature Preserve, you know, just to the west of Black River. And again, the Hurricane Center has that making landfall with winds of 185 miles an hour. It's hard to fathom even that we've seen right here from that video. That is not even a part of the story of what 185 is going to bring. So again, 185, 892, northeast at 9. Nothing has changed in the last hour, all right? The only thing that we have to keep a really close eye on is the fact that this storm is moving a little bit more due north than what that track shows, right? Than what the track shows. Again, you know, the straight line, that center line doesn't matter nearly as much because the hurricane force winds are going to extend at least 30 miles from the center. Right? So as this comes on shore, and we're beginning to see now the outer eye wall on the northeast side directly interacting with land. And remember that you get into relatively high elevation fairly quickly in some of these areas as you get deeper into portions of St. Elizabeth and Manchester and the south side of St. James and Trelawney parishes. You do have some, you know, valley and hill areas here. So we're really concerned about the amount of wind and some of those windward facing higher elevations. And obviously the rainfall potential that is likely to come along with the storm as well, right? But the potential direct wind impacts for Savlamar, Cambridge, and even up towards Montego Bay, and still significant wind impacts in the Grill and Lucy, in areas just off towards the east. Again, the hurricane force winds extend about 30 miles or so from the center, but typically as these larger hurricanes move on shore and they begin to interact with land, and so they're ingesting a little bit of drier air, there is some interruption to the inner core of the storm with a storm which I still have to zoom out to show you, right? Again, guys, this is such an unbelievable storm. Look how concentric the storm is. There is no chink in the armor at this point in time. This storm is a historic storm for so many reasons, and it's all in the bad variety. You know, the level of total destruction I think we're going to see in Western Jamaica is going to be unprecedented and historic, and quite honestly sobering and sad to talk about. You know, Justin, who had been sending us videos from his area and his wellness retreat, Treasure Beach, what does that look like? And so many other areas, homes and businesses that are going to be significantly impacted by this storm. You know, potentially many areas, total rebuild. If anyone has any information from that area, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. Please share the new live stream. I do appreciate that as well. Well, again, first of all, so St. Elizabeth, lots of flying debris, roofs are being ripped off and thrown. This is a part of the story. Unfortunately, yes. Our house in Bluefields area, my neighbor about an hour ago already had heavy rain and trees down. Haven't heard from him in about the last half hour. The other problem is communication is beginning to falter in this area, right? We're losing all cell service, we're losing power, and when 185-mile-an-hour winds come by, it doesn't take half of that to start snapping, you know, the power poles, to take down the power lines. Total destruction is likely within this. So we are going to lose communication from these areas, right? I don't know how much.
That's currently in St. Elizabeth.
Not really. I waterproof it, you know. Boy, this no look good, me say. I'm just on this. I'm just on this. Guys.
From Alligator Pond. And if anyone knows the area and wants to confirm it, we can. Gotcha. Just south and east of where we are. Appreciate it. And of course, I know where Treasure Beach is. But you can see what is already happening to the shoreline here. And we're just getting started. And you notice how it's almost pulling the water back out and then pushing it back in. It's this tug. It's this pull back. And all of this is going to be completely over water. Whoever shot this video, this is just the beginning of what's happening here. And all this metal roofing is already being destroyed on the windward facing side. But as the storm moves in, it's going to get underneath all of these awnings. You see how this is a metal overhang? What happens is the winds will push in and get underneath that and creates lift. And if that roof isn't secured, as you know, likely it doesn't matter, unfortunately, right? Especially with a metal overhang roof, when you're talking about winds of even if the winds are just 150 here, right? The destruction that is likely to be caused, I would imagine that all of the roofing from this video is completely gone by the time we're done. Even in Manchester, okay? Even in Manchester, I mean, you can clearly see what it's already doing to that, and this is just the beginning of what's coming in, right? And then this is the video from the Treasure Beach area. And again, you know, the person who took this and likely sent it out, did it at the last minute, if you will, before they could. And this is still just the beginning of that storm. But what happens is you just get sheets of rain coming in, right? You get your blinding rain going horizontally, and you get everything being pushed over in one direction. And you can see that even the vegetation right now is just getting battered. And ultimately, this is the kind of wind that will take off every single leaf through most of these trees, right? If these were trees that had bark in them, we'd be talking about the debarking of some of these trees.
Yeah, man, me want to follow me artist in the chat. Yeah, man, me artist, everything. So I just tune in, and I hope I went Melissa alone on the road, you know. Yeah, and Melissa gone to my friend. Yeah, live coverage. Yo, where Bruce? Where Bruce? Where Bruce?
Yo, we are holding for update to go now when Melissa gone in the chat.
Where Bruce?
Right? But these core winds like this, you know, will take lightweight objects and just throw them into buildings, cars. You know, you'll see 2x4s that get thrown into car windows. You'll see 2x4s that get impaled into sides of homes. You know, that's why it's such a dangerous thing and why you have to shelter in place. I mean, it is extremely dangerous, you know.
Jamaica, pick up everybody with Jamaica in their thoughts. Pick up everybody that is doing their bit. Pick up everybody donating to proper causes and proper things.
And again, I know it's a little bit smaller, but if we look here, my friends, take myself off camera. Just mentioning, this was Julia, I believe, was just talking about how, again, Julie was just talking about how that the trees were already falling there in St. Elizabeth. And Julie does add, by the way, if you know Comma Pen in St. Elizabeth, that roofs are off or roofs are lifting off there. And unfortunately, my friends, that is going to be a very common situation along the western side of the island. Yeah, unfortunately, usernames were removed from YouTube. It's extremely difficult because I know a lot of my friends of the channel by their username. The handles are similar, but some of them are not. And I like to always talk to people on a first name basis. You know, that's kind of, you know, the familiarity we have on the channel. So I'm really upset that they went to the handles, but there's nothing I can do about that. This is what it looks like here in Jamaica. Again, it's a completely different story. And I'm so happy for my friends in Kingston that we're not seeing the wind impacts. Now, let me be clear. Rain impacts and storm surge are still going to be quite significant, right? Can be quite significant even here, but you can clearly see that Kingston, especially with an even a little bit more jog west of the eye right at the end, has avoided the worst winds so far. Now, it could still get worse in Kingston. The winds could still pick up more, but it's going to be a totally different story on the eastern side of the island, right? Especially now, again, in real time with this more north turn of the storm. The center is massive, but the eye itself is basically lifting due north, all right? And so now you're even farther away from the center here in Kingston. So if we go from kind of the outer edge to Kingston, you know, we're a little bit more than 60 miles away. So there is no threat right now in Kingston to get sustained hurricane conditions. We could see some high-end tropical storm gusts, maybe even a low-end hurricane gust over 74. It's still not out of the question, but, you know, we've put enough distance between the core winds of the storm and Kingston where that is not likely to be the case. And it will be even better, as I've mentioned before, Portland and St. Thomas parishes. At this point in time, I wouldn't expect there to be sustained hurricane force winds for Spanish Town and even Old Harbor. More than likely, even Hayes and Maypen will avoid the sustained hurricane force winds over 74. It'll be closer in these areas. Again, we're getting to teetering here. If I go from, again, the outer bands and we go east, we're 37 miles. We're still likely to avoid it. Mandeville will see some hurricane force sustained winds and some locally higher gusts, only being about 20 to 25 miles from the outer core, even to the inner core here in Mandeville. If I go from the true inner core winds of 185 near Black River to Mandeville, we're still only about 26 miles away. So if you do live in the Mandeville area, still significant wind impacts are likely in your area, right? But anywhere east of here, like Central St. Anne Parish East, your wind threat is coming down based on where the storm is right now, all right? Still have to concern ourselves with the rainfall that could be 15 to 25 and even 30 inches in some spots. But again, you know, if the storm wants to try and track just a little bit farther to the west, maybe slightly better conditions there. Okay. Now for the western side, it's going to get worse too. Starting to get some pictures in from Old Harbor of flooding. So I'll pass that along to you guys as well. And again, please keep the chat going, guys. Let me know what's going on in your area. I'm going to get this. I'm going to work on a video here real quick, but I want to get it a little bit more centered. And again, now you have more direct core wind impacts for St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James parishes with a due north track, especially Cambridge, Montego Bay on the east side, but even Savle-Lamar. I mean, Savle-Lamar is going to be in the core winds on the west side, probably 150-ish there, right? Potentially even higher. Negril is still likely to see very significant winds. Same thing for Montego Bay. I'll check and make sure here that we haven't gotten our Montego Bay reporting site to come back on. I seriously doubt it. It's probably down for the count. Probably has lost power a while ago. Anyone in Montego Bay, by the way? St. Thomas seeing rain and wind. The mountains might break the winds in a certain direction, but remember, if you're on the windward side, it'll probably elevate the wind conditions. So it's not all good in the higher elevations. All right. So Michael, who has been sending us a good amount of video, has brought us some new video. So I'm going to get that to you guys here imminently. There it is. On a little bit different computer here. We have multiple computers we have tied together.
Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, they'd be all on the battering now because
I think that's the same video from Treasure
has
Beach.
approach land, but
I think I got two of the videos from you already, Michael. Let me just preview them here and make sure that I don't want to duplicate the videos.
Video.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Later tonight.
Ooh. Oh, that's where it went. Okay. Excellent. Let me go pull those up for you guys real quick. All right. So let's look at some of the new video that I just got in. This is going to be from Montego Bay. So you can see what's happening now on Montego Bay. Now, again, they're expecting a 2 to 4 foot storm surge there in Montego Bay. And Durian, who is in Montego Bay, saying that they're having very high winds. So there you go. That's what's happening in Montego Bay. And then the worst is still to come, right? Now they're getting, again, a north wind at this point in time, right? A north to a northeast wind. They are on the northwest side of the storm. All the winds are still coming in a northerly direction. Eventually, those winds will turn more west and then even out of the southwest as the storm moves through. But you can see, you know, the water is trying to pile up a bit here through portions of the bay. And 2 to 4 foot storm surge is possible in some areas. And again, that's just a really battering wind at this point in time. And as the storm approaches, it is likely to get much worse. This is from St. Elizabeth. And again, same situation here, right? St. Elizabeth, where we have, you know, already trees down and the wind coming through more horizontally than anything else, right? And blinding rain. You can't even see outside right now. That's the kind of rain that we're going to have. Much better in Kingston. There's no doubt about it. Now, I could still expect the winds to pick up a bit in Kingston and the rain to also, you know, arrive and be more prominent, but Kingston certainly has been spared the worst. Again, not far away from Kingston. Anne Marie's talking about rain and rough winds in Spanish Town. Heavy rain and rain in Mobay. Montego Bay really had heavy winds and trees blown down, transformers burst. Again, you know, the loss of power, the loss of infrastructure, it's going to be a big problem here, right? You know, again, out of Manchester, Alligator Pond, you can just see the battering there of the water and just the beginnings of this as well. You know, so the waves come in and then you get that undertow that pulls them back out a little bit, which is why you see the water receding away. And then the next waves that come in are even higher and stronger, and they just continue to push that wall of water farther and farther up the coast and inland as well. And again, all of this roofing, you know, is likely to be either extensively damaged or completely gone. Sharon, I would expect the eye of the storm to be over the island at least for the next 3 hours, depending on exactly where it goes. If it's taking more of a due north track, it's not having to go over as much land, but we'll certainly look at that in just a second. This is from Treasure Beach. And again, as bad as this is, guys, this is still just the beginning of what has been developing on the western side of the island, right? Big time problem here. You can see just how strong that wind is, and this is going to strip vegetation. This is going to take roofs. Any other infrastructure that is not sound is likely to fail in totality with these winds, which again, I would estimate these winds are, you know, hitting hurricane force, but that's it. It's probably at peak double this, guys, if not even greater. You know, these are 70, 80 mile an hour winds right now. Maybe a little bit higher gust, but this is not nearly as, not nearly towards the peak. Not even close, unfortunately. And again, St. Elizabeth here, we have a little bit in the way. Smaller video, but you guys can clearly see some of the trees down there in the yard. Check back in for our friends closer to Kingston. This is Halfway Tree. Again, you want to talk about a difference. This is it. very, very thankful for our friends in the Kingston area that it hasn't been worse. The shift west of the eye and the storm moving more due north as it's moved inland is just keeping this part of the island farther away from the core winds. Now again, storm surge is another issue. You guys saw what was happening there in the flat bridge camera where the debris was already piling up above bridge level. So water inundation is significant. And it reminds me that we have that video, the picture that I got as well here. So I want to try and bring this picture up for you guys real quick too, because this is going to be Old Harbor. Yeah, all right. So again, keep an eye on that camera here and give me 1 minute. I'm going to bring in this new picture for you guys as well. So I double check. This is going to be images of Big Pond, Old Harbor. How many folks are familiar with that area? Big Pond, Old Harbor. We're going to take a look at a photo from there in just 1 second here. So again, the problem closer to the island, closer to Kingston, is going to be the inundation of water, the flooding possibility. So this is a still photo from Big Pond, Old Harbor, right? And you can see that that water is just coming in pretty significantly, pretty high up on that fencing, right? Pretty high up on the concrete wall behind there, and just other, natural areas being completely flooded.
Look at the gate.
Raining in rural Hill, Eastern Portland in Jamaica. Thank you very much. But there you go. Crazy winds in Kingston. So they're beginning to pick back up again. And it is.
Business owners, are you tired of paying hidden fees for your card machine? Then switch to to
the eastern side of the island. I'm more concerned about the rain, right? Areas inland and the localized flooding and the potential for some landslides and mudslides. But, again, Old Harbor, right? Not too far away from the Kingston area at all. Seeing some pretty significant flooding in some of those spots. Ricardo, I'm from Montego Bay and it's not looking good. I would agree that I am now more concerned about the potential direct impacts to a lot of Hanover and St. James parishes because of this track. Again, we're looking at basically a due north movement. Now, moving north-northeast at 9, right? And even though it says north-northeast, that's just directly from the Hurricane Center, we can almost see that this has been a due north movement for the past few hours. If we look at the track from where we've had landfall up to Montego Bay, you're only now like 23 miles away. And if it's moving at 9, right, that means the core winds will start to move into this area in about 2 hours, right? That's the inner core winds, but where you see these reds and these blacks, that's the beginning of the stronger hurricane force winds, right? To give you an idea of how extensive the hurricane force winds are, right? The center's right about here. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. It's only about 10. Trying to do one direct line for you guys. This is a minimum here. Try it one more time for you. All right, so at a minimum, The core hurricane force winds are about 20 miles west of the eye of the storm, but a full 30 miles east. So this is likely your diameter of the hurricane force winds, at least 50 miles in totality. At least 30 miles on the east side of the storm, at least 20 miles on the western side. The western side is always a little weaker. The wind field is always a little bit more shrunk down overall, right? But with a monster storm like this, it's not much. I might be conservative with that, right? My system, by the way, shows you the most significant winds right here, and then the expansive 50 knot plus winds here already. And then the potential for tropical storm force winds in blue across the entire island. But, you know, there we go. So where I drew it, the core winds, it's a little bit old, right? So that is probably up here now, but you get the idea that, you know, my automated system painting on about that same scenario. Hey, Jim, how you doing, my friend? I appreciate your support. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Jim. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Again, not the eye, right? That's where the 185 winds stay. But hurricane force winds are going to extend at least in totality 50 miles from the eye, 20 miles west and at least 30 miles east, right? So this is the reason why
I work on some image from Black River and Parati to bring to boy Melissa now ramp. Not at all. Melissa just a go on with herself. Just a go on. I want him to Rusty, Mike. Somebody need to tell him in the chat same audio is off. Debbie jump over Rusty chat to me, tell him saying audio off, please. Or one day for we. I hope no problem on my end. When I hear me, don't. I think it's on Rusty's end, I think. Yeah, come back now. Lord Jesus.
Thanks, guys. You should hear me now. It's just battery pack issue. Switching back and forth. It's funny because I thought about there was a lot of scrambling going on behind the scenes before we jumped into the new live stream here. And I was like, oh, you know what? I should probably change my battery pack. And I never did. Part of the reason why, I'm not going to blame my wife, but the tire issue took up a little bit of my energy and my thought process, making sure that she was going to be okay. So yes, to answer your question, I don't know what you guys heard or what you didn't hear, but the Hurricane Center does make the official call for landfall. It typically is when the inner eye first brushes land, right? You know, and so we'll see if they haven't issued an advisory for landfall particularly yet. Sometimes they will issue a completely different advisory, and sometimes they'll just include it with the next update. And that next update, it should still be hourly. We should be getting hourly updates again at the top of the hour as well. Okay. This is your visible satellite imagery of this monster. This is an unbelievably deep storm. I mean, look how it's just swallowing up the western side of the island, guys. 5 by 5, appreciate it. Keep your shoes on. You don't want to be walking through debris and cut glass and, exposed nails and anything like that. Again, the hurricane force winds are at least 50 miles wide, but probably closer to 60. Spanish town, St. Catherine getting pelted. So again, we're starting to hear from folks who live east of where we have the core winds beginning to talk about that they're starting to see,
It's from Parity. Hold on.
A little bit more impact as well. This is the sandwich product. Your
And then I'm going to show you another video from Black River.
Oh my God. Respect your roads,
weaker on the southern side, but there is still some very intense winds when you have 185-mile-an-hour hurricane, and you can still get some significant rainfall as well. And again, because we have a counterclockwise spin with this storm for a time, even beyond when we actually have landfall on the southern coast, we have to concern ourselves with the opportunity for additional storm surge. All of that south wind is pushing all of that wind right along the coast. And that's why we saw, again, from Big Pond there in Old Harbor, significant inundation of water. Again, I'm not exactly sure how far inland that is, but you get the idea, not just along the immediate coast, but that water is being shoved in with this storm. Not too bad in Ocho Rios. That's great to hear. Trelawney now under rain and winds. Hanover is pounding with very strong winds. Fear for the roof. That is, certainly that could be an issue. And Hanover is an area that is likely to be significantly impacted by the storm. Sonia, where are you in Hanover, by the way? Just curious. I'll say the farther east that you live, the worse it is likely to be. The farther west, it might be slightly better, but not much.
These are two recent videos from the community.
But all of Hanover Parish is going to see hurricane conditions. Kingston is looking pretty good. Again, I would expect the winds to freshen up still, but, we've been looking at some of the live cameras there. And overall, we're doing okay in Kingston. Now, there could still be some heavier downpours. I'm more concerned about the storm surge closer to the coastline and some inundation of water but with the actual
Jude, it reached Lanyano.
Wind impacts from Kingston, it does not look to be significant.
The pathway with South Coast front there going.
St. Thomas not too bad with some rain and wind.
Front there going with himself.
Kingston close to halfway tree, mild rain and wind gusts, but much less than we experienced last year with Barrow. Yeah, absolutely. Barrow was a whole kind of different monster and brought some significant problems. One of the really horrible things to think about as well is that Treasure Beach was one of the areas that was most impacted by Beryl, because remember, as Beryl stalled and kind of meandered along the south coast for most of one day, the closest approach to the landfall was actually here on the southwest side of the island near Treasure Beach, and it's the same area that is just absolutely getting slammed right now from Melissa.
They tell you that they're coming for the coastline.
Port Antonio, light winds and intermittent light rain. The eye might try and contract a little bit. Remember, the eye now is going to be beginning to be fully impacted by the land interaction and the friction difference, right? So there is going to be some fluctuations to the inner core of this storm. The drier air is going to try and disrupt what has been an absolute machine of a storm, right? But the problem is, there's a couple of things here, guys. The first problem is that when you have a 185 mile an hour storm, and we're not going over a continent, right? We're not driving this storm into the United States or some area where it's just going to keep moving over land. This is a short journey in the life of this storm over a landmass. So there will be some disruption to this storm, but especially because the storm is moving due north and is going over a narrower part of Jamaica, the eye now is not going to be over land for all that long. My opinion is that there will be fairly little in the way of a drop with the strength of this storm, and likely it remains a Category 5 even as it emerges north of the island. Potentially Cat 4 high end, but you got to lose 30 mile an hour of sustained winds to get back to Cat 4. Possible, but with a storm at 9 miles an hour and the landmass here between the Savile-Lamar, Montego Bay, Lucy area, just a little bit less than 30 miles, it's only going to be over land for about 3 hours, and probably only 2 hours where the entire inter-eye is not over some part of the ocean, right? So even though the northern part and the eastern part of the eye is over land right now, the southwest side isn't as of yet. All right, guys. We'll go back to our cameras here in Kingston. Again, you can see the debris already beginning to develop there over Flat Bridge. That's the problem there. Wave action has come down a little bit in the Kingston Harbor, but the elevation of the water with the storm surge, and then very wet in other areas as well. Hey, Tina, if you look go find, for the videos, go find Noble Pills, his messages. We have a direct link to a Google Drive that we created. So go check that out. Friends, I'm going to be right back in just a second.
It's getting crazy. It is really, really getting crazy. But me not telling no lie, my back tired of sitting up now. I need to take a break to come back on later on. All right, globalists, are you okay with that? You all can hop over to Rusty till me come back later. Are you okay with that, globalists? My back and head tired. And I want to take a break. We'll come back on later. So, what not about that? Nobody not talk. No. Nobody's there. Go rest up over there. Okay. Okay, yes. We can just hop over to Rusty's channel. Rusty is giving some excellent coverage. So just hop over to Rusty's channel and keep on yourself informed until me jump back on later. But thank you all very much for being here. What, almost 5 hours with their backs kick over. Thank you very much for being here, everyone. And keep safe. Hope that our families, friends, and everyone in our country is safe. And Rusty is the guy where, let me pin his link. Hold on. Rusty is the one who we're getting all these coverage from. Bear with me. Let me pin his link into the top of the chat. Where is it? Paste. Right, so I send the link in the chat. It should go to all channels. So that's the link that is live at the moment. So you can just click on that link and it will take you over to his live that we are watching at the moment. But thank you all very much. Join me back later on. I'll get a little rest now because that little dry foot girl, Melissa, stressed me out. So, I'll get some rest and then I will come back shortly. Thank you very much, everybody. Goodbye. See you later.
If you don't like missing out on the latest shows but still enjoy classic hits, then Global TV Group 358 is your perfect match. Global TV Group 358 isn't just another channel, it's your ultimate TV experience. From breaking news to binge-worthy dramas and timeless classics, we've got it all. Our unique blend of original content and global favorites means there's something for everyone. And guess what? With GTVG's seamless streaming, you can watch anywhere, anytime. Plus, our interactive features let you be part of the action. So, whether you're a seasoned binge watcher or a casual viewer, Global TV Group 358 is here to keep you entertained day and night. Don't just watch TV, experience it with Global TV Group 358. Subscribe now and never miss a moment.